Good evening. Welcome to the regular session of Mayor and Council for June 15th, 2020 for the City of College Park. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our invocation will be led by Pastor Dent this evening.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen,
Good evening.
and council members. Let us pray. Almighty God of every person, you created us in your image and made us equal, and we want to say thank you. We come humbly before you this evening to thank you for our country and all those in authority. As we gather together at this council meeting, we pray and thank you for these your servants, the mayor and our council, department heads, the staff. Indeed, this honorable body has some measure of control over our government in the city. The heart desires to see that all people receive proper respect and liberty. Help them to understand the needs of every person and shape legislation that demonstrates that we are all brothers and sisters and we're walking as in the pilgrimage of life together. These are some turbulent times, Lord, and this requires a redemptive consciousness. A consciousness to help us to remember our history and recognize that you're God that made a covenant with us. Your covenant remains, though things may change. Your covenant provides us justice, equality, and here we are in this pandemic and all sorts of things happening in our nation. We know that you'll heal the land. It is our faith that navigates us through these struggles, knowing that you are our refuge and that God all things are possible. Enable us to see the reality of racism and free us to challenge and uproot us from our society or world and ourselves. Bless our city, our law enforcement officers, firefighters, and all first responders. Keep them safe and give them the wisdom to make the right decisions. Comfort grieving families. Bless families everywhere. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Item number 2, additions, deletions, amendments, or changes to the agenda.
Not at this time, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right. Item 3A is approval of regular session minutes dated June 1st, 2020.
Well, Mayor, my changes are in. I'm comfortable. I move to approve as presented unless someone else has a problem.
I didn't have anything. Is there a second?
I got a second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Item 3B is approval of workshop session minutes dated June 1st, 2020.
I move to approve as presented.
Is there a second?
A second.
From Councilman Allen, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Item 4A is presentation of a proclamation dating June 14th through 20th, 2020 as National Waste and Recycling Workers Week in the city of College Park. So, Mr. Moore.
Council.
Oh, good evening,
Yes,
Mr. Mason. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. This is a proclamation recognizing the sanitation workers and recycling workers for the city during SWANA, which is Solid Waste Association of North America, National Waste and Recycling Worker Week, through the 14th through the 20th.
All right, well, let me just let everyone see that who, or not see it, but I'll read it out for those folks who may not have the opportunity to take a look at it.
Yeah,
It says,
Terrence. So, we just took the agenda and posted it.
Mr.
So
Moore,
if you need
Mr.
to
Moore, Mr. Moore, you need to be muted. Thank you. Whereas the Department of Public Works in the nation celebrates the week on June 14th through 20th, 2020 as National Waste and Recycling Workers Week. Our theme for this year is Essentials for Essentials. And whereas sanitation workers have worked selflessly and tirelessly in all types of environments as essential workers in times of inclement weather, pandemics, civil unrest, and war, and at risk to themselves to provide sanitation services to protect the communities and citizens and prevent disease by keeping our community clean, safe, and beautiful. And whereas the men and women in the sanitation division make significant contributions to the safety, health, and welfare of our citizens by processing millions of tons of garbage, recycling, and composting waste annually. And whereas, according to the CDC, the eradication of many diseases in the Western world is due in large part to higher public sanitation standards, resulting from effective garbage disposal, proper collection, and maintenance of refuse. The City of College Park values and celebrates our local sanitation solid waste industry employees for their commitment to our residences, businesses, and communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Council of City Council of the City of College Park, Georgia, do hereby designate the week, June 14th through the 20th, 2020, as National Waste and Recycling Workers Week in the City of College Park, and encourage all citizens to join us in thanking the hardworking men and women who ensure our communities are kept clean, healthy, and free of debris. Proclaimed this 15th day of June, 2020. Signed by all of us.
Thank you,
So-
Mayor and Council.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you and your folks.
They do an outstanding job every single day, and we are highly appreciative of it. So we move on to item number 5, which is remarks of citizens. Ms. Moore, do we have any?
Yes, the first one is from Jamil McKenzie, and I'm starting my clock now. And it reads, it's in regards to USDA meal program, and it reads, the Ignite Resource Center has been contacted at the request of the City of College Park to coordinate a USDA summer and school meal program in conjunction with Girls First Inc. The program will provide breakfast and lunch for College Park with youth 18 years and younger 6 days per week. Ignite has worked with each of our city councilmen to identify locations where meals will be distributed. Currently, we are accepting applications for persons who will be paid by Girls First to serve in the program as daily site monitors. Please contact 770-702-0522 or www.ignitecentercp.info for more details. From Jamil McKenzie, Director of Ignite Resource Center, 3707 Main Street, College Park, Georgia, 30337. Okay. The next comment is from Whitney Flemister. Address is 4195 Williamsburg Drive. And I'm starting my clock. And it reads, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? MLK Jr. I have recently been working within the community with my local leaders to obtain new amenities that will not only enhance the City of College Park, but serve as a place of calm, refuge, and hope for our local area children, seniors, and families. In lieu of recent events across our nation, I feel that it is imperative that we be proactive in developing our community in such a way that children, seniors, and those from all walks of life look to our city as a safe, inclusive, progressive place to work, live, and travel. When I look into my son's eyes, like so many mothers and fathers do, there is so much life there. And while I am fortunate enough to give my son various forms of exposure through travel, education, and play, there are many families within our community that are not as fortunate. Every child deserves equal access to equal amenities within the communities in which they live. The splash pad is an opportunity to change the course of what we value and what we deem as a priority. If these last few months have shown us nothing else through a global health crisis, civil unrest, and financial uncertainty, it is that people should be our priority. Families, the elderly, the ill and shut in, first responders, healthcare workers, and frontline workers. This is not just an ask for a splash pad at Phillips Park. It is a call for compassion, empathy, care, and concern And I come to this elected body today asking that you care enough to reach beyond yourself and prioritize this project so that it may serve as a light in time where many feel the world is so dark. We've got work to save our children. We've got to work to save our children and do it with full respect for the fact that if we do not, no one else is going to do it. Dorothy Height, thank you for your time. Okay. The next comment is from Salisa Jefferson. And it reads, let me start my clock, sorry. And it reads, it's in regards to the splash pad project at Charles Phillip Park. Black lives matter, Black families matter, Black single mothers matter. The city of College Park consists of 81.1% Black population, of which holds the residents of Black families and single mothers. We are demanding that you resubmit the splash pad community project for Charles Phillip Park as first priority to receive all necessary funding from Fulton County to serve the needs of the families and single mothers in Ward 4, Ward 2, and adjacent communities. The City of College Park administration historically and continually discriminates, redlines, abstract, devalue, and mostly ignore any new developments which promotes progress to improve the quality of living for the residents in Ward 4. Why? Today is a new day, Mayor and Council, with the entire world uniting and fighting against racial disparity and discrimination to sustain the legacy of our true leader, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., for diversity, inclusion, and integrity. Enough is enough, and we are just tired of the injustice. So take the lead to become the leaders we have elected, remove the alliances, and do the right thing to service our community, not only placing the flag at half-staff, but with your vote of action to submit the splash pad project as first priority development to benefit all families and single mothers throughout the city of College Park. Mayor and council, you have a relentless responsibility to serve the people who work and live in our community now. Ward 4 stakeholder, Ms. Jefferson. Okay. The next comment is from Mr. Charles Jefferson. And I am starting my clock in a moment. Okay, starting my clock now. It's in regards to splash pad. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As a stakeholder in the City of College Park and Ward 4, I wish to make the following statement regarding the disparity and unfair treatment of Ward 4. I have been a resident of College Park for the past 13 years, and during those 13 years, Ward 4 has been put on the back burner for most proposals that have a legitimate purpose for our growth in our ward and city. I have attended just about every city council meeting. The one thing that concerns me is that once Councilman Gay presents a proposal, 90% of the time it's being shot down, but in the same token, there are other wards that can bring up proposals and they get approved. Mayor, when you were campaigning, you yourself stated that you wanted to unify this city and treat every citizen the same. You also said that you were going to be transparent on the issues. Those promises have fallen short. On the topic of the splash pad for Charles Phillip Park, I attended the city council meetings that approved the financials for the splash pad, and now that is being held up because of a letter that Mayor Broome has sent to the Fulton County Commissioner for financial approval. This is nonsense, and now you want to use Councilman Gay's ideas for a splash pad and put it in the 6 West with all the approvals met. The City of College Park consists of wards 1, 2, 3, and 4. We all have to work together in order for the city to thrive. The city is only as great as an underfunded ward. If you have an issue with our councilman, it should not interfere with the growth of Ward 4. We in Ward 4 are not against you. We just want to be treated fairly. Putting a sidewalk up is progress, but much more needs to be done. If you all truly care about the city of College Park as a whole, as I hear you all proudly proclaim, stop this arguing, start putting your talk into action, and most importantly, work together to set aside any issues and drive on. Okay. I have a comment here from Mustafa Muhammad, 4342 Lafayette Lane, College Park, Georgia, 30337. And it reads, I would like to yield my 3 minutes in the public comments to Stanley Muhammad. I have another public comment from Ruth Muhammad from 4342 Lafayette Lane, College Park, Georgia, 30337. And it reads, I want to yield my 3 minutes for public comments to Stanley Muhammad. And my last comment is from Stanley Muhammad. And it's opening up 1 second. Okay, this is from Stanley Muhammad. Address is 4342 Lafayette Lane, College Park, Georgia, 30337. And he gets 9 minutes total to get his comment out. So I'm gonna start my clock. And it reads, in the name of Allah God, the beneficent, the merciful, I would like to greet the mayor, council, the citizens of College Park, and all who are listening this evening in the greetings words of peace in the original language of the righteous and of Assalamu alaikum. May God's peace be upon you. The book of 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 53 reads, for this corruptible must put on incorruption. According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, corruption means dishonest or illegal behavior, especially by powerful people such as government officials or police. According to your dictionary, incorruptible means incapable of being bribed or morally corrupted, inflexibly just and upright, fair-minded and integrity. The question I would like to humbly pose to you all tonight, does College Park have corruption? I'll answer it for you, absolutely. So when the City of College Park government and College Park police take off the corruptible and put on the incorruptible, my prayers are to God that he will get justice for Brother Rayshard Brooks, Brother George Floyd, Brother Ahmaud Arbery, Sister Breonna Taylor, and the countless number of Black people in America who are being brutalized and killed by the corruption of white supremacy. While House Negro leadership looks the other way and says and does nothing meaningful to correct the corruption of white supremacy and racism in College Park and throughout this country, Dr. King said there comes a time when silence is betrayal. That time is now. Many of you have betrayed the 85% Black people of College Park, and I and my family are among that betrayed Black group, like Judas betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of bloody silver. On that note, Madam Mayor, City Council, Chief of Police, and City Manager, you all have been silent after my Black family was victimized by 4 white racist College Park police officers at my College Park residence by Lieutenant Braxton, Officer Valander, Officer Thompson, and Major Block, under the leadership of a racist and unqualified Chief of Police, Chief Williford. In 85% Black city, he doesn't qualify because he doesn't love Black people. He doesn't qualify because you have to have a college degree to be the Chief of Police in College Park. Why did you require the previous Black chiefs to have a degree? You see, that's corruption. I filed a law breach of contract lawsuit against a finance company on March 5th, 2019. On April 5th, 2019, the financing company sent a repo man unscrupulously to repossess my vehicle at my no trespassing College Park home. The Caucasian repo man had a self-help repo order, which the repo paperwork was not signed or ordered by a judge. The repo man name is John Lawrence Adams, who was on probation on April 18, 2019 for being a child pedophile. Mr. Adams arrived at my home without a auto tag for his repo truck. I also have a no trespassing sign on my property. Mr. Adams rang my doorbell and spoke with my grandchild. I told him to leave my property because he was trespassing. Mr. Adams refused to leave my property. So I called the College Park police. When the 3 initial Caucasian officers arrived at my home, Officer Valander, Officer Thompson, and Lieutenant Braxton, they all refused to look at my court paperwork, which was signed by a judge and the court. However, they happily looked at Mr. Adams' self-help repo paper, which the law is. If the repo order is not signed by a judge, the resident can order the repo man to leave. If the repo man doesn't leave your property, private property, that's a breach of peace and trespassing violation, which the Georgia trespassing law allows a resident to physically remove someone from their property. That means the repo man was breaching the peace, trespassing, driving a vehicle without an auto tag, no registration, and no insurance. When the 3 named police officers ordered him to take my vehicle and protected him while he was unlawfully on my property. After Lieutenant Braxton called one of my Black family members a effing idiot twice, and Officer Verlander and Officer Thomas threatened to arrest me. They all let the criminal child pedophile repo man, Mr. Adams, leave my home without being arrested or even given a mere citation. Mr. Adams now is in prison for committing a crime. A few days after he harassed my family, those officers all should have been terminated. Lieutenant Braxton got written up for using the N-word 3 times. Lieutenant Braxton got demoted and then unscrupulously given his rank back. Major Block arrived and disrespectfully called me by my previous name, Stanley Henry, and ignored my legal name, Stanley Muhammad. Councilman Gay told Major Block that I've been in trouble in the city of College Park for a long time, which is defamation of my character. The chief and these officers need to be fired, as well as the city manager, Terrence Moore. If he was responsible for giving racist Lieutenant Braxton his rank back. If Mr. Adams and Mr. Black, if Mr. Adams was Black at a white resident in Ward 1, he would have been a George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, or Rashard Brooks. My family still haven't received justice. When will the corruptible put on incorruptible? Thank you, respectively submitted, Stanley Muhammad. And that is all.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
You're welcome.
All right. We're on to other business. Item 6A, consideration of and action on a request from the Greta Lewis Lupus Foundation to hold a lupus awareness walk and gathering on Saturday, July 18th, 2020, from 8 o'clock a.m. until 3 p.m. in front of the College Park Gymnasium. I believe Ms. Lewis is here. Does anyone have any questions about this?
Yes, Mayor, I had a series of questions that I sent to the city manager earlier today. Bottom line is that it refers to the gymnasium. I'm assuming they mean the auditorium.
I believe they
And
do.
I assume that this means that they want to put tents and so forth on the auditorium grounds. And the thing that's unclear to me is they're implying that there is no cost to the city unless the city wants to donate services to this. So my question immediately would be, well, if they're going to have tents and so forth there, presumably there will be some kind of refreshments. What about trash pickup? Is the city going to be requested to provide trash receptacles? Is the city going to be requested to have people carting those away? The route is unclear. It is to go into East Point and somehow come back into College Park, but the route has not been specified. There's an issue with motorcyclists wanting to participate in this, and it is said that they would not hold up traffic, which tells me that they've got to move at traffic speed, which is not the same as walking speed. And that makes me wonder how they coordinate their part of the walk with the people that are walking. It's just, those are examples of things, and some of them have been partially answered by the city manager, but I'm just concerned that this is not terribly well defined. And I'm sure it's a good cause, and I'm not against, we do these things for other events, but usually we have things much more carefully specified as to what's going on.
All right, Ms. Lewis, I see you. So would you be able to answer some of Councilman Clay's questions?
Yes, Christopher Bryant, he is also on the in the meeting, and if he's not unmuted, can he be unmuted? He's the producer.
Okay, I've given him the privilege. He's unmuted.
Thank you.
Okay. Can
Chris,
either one of you go ahead and answer the questions that Councilman Clay has raised, if you don't mind?
Chris, are you here? He says he's muted.
Doesn't appear that he is muted at this point.
You probably have to do something on your end, Chris. But in the meantime, what I visualized, we would gather in front of the city auditorium, and we will proceed to the sidewalk. We're gonna make a left heading towards East Point. So we will take Main Street all the way into East Point, past East Point train station. We will make a left turn onto Ware Avenue, I believe, and we will make a left. We're still on the sidewalk, and we will make a left again onto East Main Street. We will then pass the City of East Point police station, and we will continue on East Main Street, and then East Main Street runs back into Main Street. We're heading back to College Park now. And then we will end back up in front of the city auditorium. Now, as far as the trash goes, we can, or we will provide trash cans, and we will take care of the trash as well. Christopher said he is still muted, but Chris, you may need to do something with your phone. And so, yes, we will be responsible for the trash.
I had a couple of questions. Have you coordinated this with East Point as well? I know you're going to be walking at East Point. Is East Point aware of?
No, I do intend, because I wanted to get approved by you guys. And if I have to reroute our route, I could do that easily, quickly. We could just turn around and still in College Park. But I do intend to go to the City of East Point and see if I can get them to approve us as
Well, if East Point were to deny your request, then you would have a number. I don't know how many people you're expecting. Maybe I missed that in there, but you'd have people walking up and then turning around and walking. So they'd be going in two directions.
well. Okay, I'm sorry. What we could do then, we could turn left where College Park and East Point meet, and we can bring that street that runs all the way through. Let me see.
I apologize. I am in the meeting. There was some technical difficulties. I was able to hear you guys, but no one could hear me. And I did hear the council members' questions. In fact, I wrote them down, but I was not able to respond for some reason. My audio was not coming through. So if it's okay, I can go ahead and address those things that are indicated on that the councilman stated. If it's okay, I can go ahead and go through that process now.
Okay. Mr. Bryant, I would like to add, have you had the opportunity to work with our police department on this route?
I have not. Mayor, here's what occurred. On last week, we had a meeting. The police chief was there, as well as Mr. Moore was in attendance. And each of the entire details of the event was discussed at that point. And of course, some things did need to be clarified in writing. So after speaking with the chief of police, as well as Mr. Moore, we returned to the office, and I developed a detailed reply to each of those concerns. And that information was emailed shortly thereafter. So I can, of course, make that document available to everyone. We simply submitted it to those who were in attendance at the meeting. But in addition to that, I can step through the execution and all of the points raised by the councilman.
Okay. We'll go right ahead. I mean, we have your let's see. We've got your special event form. We also have the memo from June 10th that you sent to Mr. Moore.
Yes.
We have that. We have the site plan. We have
Okay.
the liability insurance
Okay.
declarations. So is there additional information that we do not have that we need to see?
Absolutely not. These were at least the minimum requirements that were stated by Mr. Moore as well as the chief of police. However, again, based upon the gentleman's questions, I thought perhaps that had not been communicated, and I wanted to clarify that those issues that he is concerned with has been addressed and considered.
Well, I think some of the things that Councilman Clay was addressing are
Okay.
based upon questions that are raised from
Okay.
the information, like the motorcycle
Okay.
riders issue. I'm looking at it indicates that there's motorcycle riders and they've expressed interest in participating, but
Yes.
if they're riding at a normal pace, they're obviously going faster than walkers. So what does that mean for traffic in the area? Does it mean that they're looping back around, et cetera?
Okay. In terms of the riders, obviously the vast majority of all of the participation is those who are pedestrians. The riders that has been referenced have shown a degree of interest in order to increase publicity and just show general support. In order to prevent having to have state officers involved or to go through a permitting process for state officers, which to my understanding would be required if they were riding at a slower pace that could impact the speed, impact normal traffic. In order to prevent that, the understanding is that if they are to participate, number one, the number of drivers will obviously be limited. Number two, they would have to drive at the normal pace. It's not important to Ms. Lewis that the drivers, that the motorcycle riders are somehow in unison with the pedestrians. There's a unity of purpose, but the timing of the departure or the arrival is not necessarily important. Their participation was just for more visibility, and riding at the normal speed was acceptable to Ms. Lewis, and it was also considered the safer way to do it, and also to avoid impeding traffic.
So they're going to start at 35 miles an hour and just leave everyone? Just leave the walkers?
Well, it is, yes, because they're not grand marshals of the walk.
Okay.
In fact, when Ms. Lewis planned the walk, the riders were not involved at all. It was just the walk itself. The riders asked to get involved, so she, as a courtesy and appreciation for their desire to support, she wanted to develop a non-intrusive way for that to occur. And we took the advice and the heed from, of course, Mr. Moore and the chief of police in order to execute that function.
Okay. So it's not a function of them going back up and down Main Street.
Absolutely not. Once they're there, they're there.
Okay.
And I do want to reference the route that Councilman Clay mentioned. That route is absolutely the most simple, safest, and succinct way, traveling on Main Street towards the city of East Point and making a left on Ware Street and another left on East Point Street. That, of course, becomes Main Street East. So it's totally conducted by sidewalk. There's no crossing of the street whatsoever. So sidewalk is the only portion of city property as it relates to the walk that will be occupied. And again, no crossing of street, which is why Ms. Lewis developed that route.
Okay. Councilman Clay, you had a couple of other questions, I think.
Yeah, I had one more on the insurance policy, and this isn't just unique to your event. It's Mr. Bryant, it's a problem with any event, it seems these days. We've had a lot of unrest due to some very sad events that have happened in recent times. And some of those events have turned violent when agitators or whoever you want to call them came in from elsewhere. When I looked at your policy provisions, it identified exclusion of certified acts of terrorism. And this is going to come up later in the agenda too, when we talk about our insurance policy, Madam Mayor. But the policy says that acts of terrorism are excluded. And so now you get into a situation, if you do have civil unrest in connection with this event and damage is done, and will this policy cover it or not? And
Well,
I
the
don't know.
policy- I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. done.
I fully understand your concern. However, what is on the policy in terms of not being inclusive of acts of terror, that is no different from the standard language that has always been included in special event policies, including judicial situations where a judge may summarily shut down an event or enjoin an event from taking place. In that case, insurance companies are not accountable for that either. They're not accountable for acts of war. They're not accountable for acts of God.
Right.
Acts of terror has been factored in that as a simple language. In fact, I don't think that's a recent addition. I was in 2010, I was writing an event entitled Festival at Camp Creek. That very language was inclusive. I have an event scheduled for August of this year in Douglasville. That same language is inclusive. So during times of absolute peace, when there was no civil unrest, no huge wave of racial discrimination issues, that language was still par for the course for every special event contract. And I don't think any insurance company will remove it.
No, I totally agree with what you just said. And I think it depends whether it's certified as an act of terrorism or not, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just making the point for the council that there is the potential, if something bad were to happen, and this isn't, and I'm trying to say this isn't unique to your event. Someone may come to us next month for another walk. I'm sure they will. But it's something that we have to take into consideration. And I just throw that out. I don't know. And
yes, sir. And just if it helps any to assuage those concerns, we realize that unpredictable circumstances are just that, unpredictable circumstances, no matter the event. But the incidents that you mentioned, each of those incidents have been attached to a protest, have been attached to behavior that was unsettling and energizing anyway. This is simply a lupus walk, and nothing more.
I think, okay, so I understand we're kind of getting into the weeds a little bit on this, and I want to make sure that we're looking at the merits of this particular walk. And Councilman Clay, I certainly understand your concerns regarding the insurance policy, and it's something that we will have to consider throughout our evaluation of events moving forward. But are there any other questions about this event?
You don't plan on having any alcohol or anything like that? It says Emerald Cocktail Tent. I didn't know.
I wish I could, sir. No, it is a cocktail tent, but there will be no cocktails present.
Okay. I mean, I think the Lupus Foundation is very, very good, and I commend you for what you do. I just had a couple of questions. That was one of them.
Yes, sir.
Any others, Councilman Allen?
No, that was it.
Okay. All right. Councilman Gay, Councilman Taylor, any questions?
Thank you. What you do for lupus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything on your end, Councilman Taylor?
No, I want to know how much is it for the walk? Are they charging for people to be in the walk or anything like that?
There's not. I'm sorry, Greg. Go ahead.
Okay. So it's not a fee, but what is required is to make a donation for the T-shirt and the mask that we have provided for the walk, for the walkers. And then, of course, I'm sorry.
No, I was just asking how soon would you have to make those donations? Let's say if I wanted to be a part of the walk, how soon would I have to pay for this stuff?
from today until July 18th, but I'd rather
Okay.
you order your shirt before July 18th,
Okay.
before the day of the event.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, hearing none, is there a motion? Is there a motion? I'm not on mute, right? Is anyone care? Okay. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. I see Councilman Gay seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain.
All right. So that's Councilman Allen, Councilman Gay, and Councilman Taylor in favor. Councilman Clay has abstained. The motion passes. Item 6B is a follow-up presentation by Ignite College Park Community Oriented Resource Center project requesting financial support by CEO of Adula Ministries, Inc., Jamel McKenzie.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Yes, sir.
just introduce this. This is actually in response to direction that was offered during the June 1st workshop meeting. There is not a formal presentation lined up for Ms. Jamel McKenzie. She and I did have a chance to talk about this earlier today. And likewise, I simply advise her to be available for any questions and answers that may be available of Mayor and City Council. Otherwise, the presentation took place pretty well on June 1st. This is you all's opportunity to consider direction accordingly.
Okay. I did have a question regarding the follow-up. I see that there was follow-up with guests. I see that there's numbers, but I don't see what the results of that follow-up were. And I thought that's what we were getting, that some kind of information about where people were after they'd been in contact with Ignite.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that's what you were asking for. I just did. Pretty much what happens is we refer persons to different organizations for assistance, and once we've done the referral and the connection is made, we're usually not following up again about the services that they received. However, we do call individuals just to see how they're doing. And then of course, when we have workshops, we've had different activities and workshops. And so we will call, this was up until the middle of March, during the COVID, since COVID-19, pretty much we have been seeing some of the same people over and over again because we've been delivering food. So we shifted gears more so during COVID-19, and we were delivering food to the same people. So we got to see those people every week. And of course, we were directly providing a service. But pretty much we are similar to the United Way program 211, where we refer people. And most of the time our referrals, for instance, tomorrow I have an individual coming to meet me at the office, which is something that we're just getting ready to start opening the office. When I send this person, when they meet with me, we're going to actually send them directly to the source, and they're going to receive a check to pay their utility bill. So pretty much that is meaning the process happens right there on the spot. I didn't give any names because that's something that's confidential when people come. But if you are interested in knowing exactly what each person came for, we do have those records too. I just thought you were interested in the follow-up percentages, meaning how many people we assisted and how, what kind of follow-up in terms of percentages. But we do also have the numbers, because every person that comes to the office, when they set an appointment online or by the phone, they are actually coming in for utility assistance, food assistance, clothing, rent, that kind of thing. So we have those records as well.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
What are we doing? Are we voting on something now, or where we at with this?
We're making a determination in regard to support for, I think it's coming out of this year's budget though, correct, Mr. Moore?
Yes, ma'am. Any considerations to this effect would be a function of the current fiscal year as we will be closing out in the next couple of weeks and beyond. There is no recommendation whatsoever for 2020, 2021.
I have a question for Terrence Moore. If we were to have someone on staff dedicated to providing the services that Ignite provides, and of course, Ignite isn't just one person. They have a whole bunch of volunteers and so forth. So presumably this person on staff, if they were to accomplish what Ignite was doing, would need to get some volunteers together and have their support, et cetera, et cetera. So my question is, how much would it cost the city in terms of salary and benefits to dedicate a person to perform that function?
At least $50,000, at least.
Okay. And I think what Ignite has asked for to perform, unless we decide we don't want that function anymore. So it seems like the wrong time to abandon that function, and especially considering the track record that Ignite has had over the past year. I don't think we'd want to abandon it, but my point is this: if we want to have that function, and it's a function that we've had on staff before, not adequately done, it hasn't, and we've never had a full-time person dedicated to it. Frankly, I think if we gave Ignite 35,000, I think which is they're asking for, and if you want to make it less than that, well, maybe we make it less than that, maybe we make it 30. But it strikes me, it's a bargain.
I said this 2 weeks ago, and I concur with much of what you said. Just that every department has faced cuts.
Okay, so Mayor,
I mean, every single department has.
Are we prepared to say we're going to abandon this function?
I didn't say. Oh, I wasn't saying abandon.
Well,
I was just saying.
Who's going to do it?
What I was saying was I don't think that we can fund it at the same level as we did last year.
Okay.
Because of the fact that we are in, we have some financial concerns that have been across the board.
Okay, so
that's what I was saying.
So we're in agreement that we'd like to have the function. We just don't want to pay as much for it as we did last year.
I just don't think we can.
Okay, so the next question is, how much did we pay last year?
It was
35,000.
Okay, make it 30.
And we're anticipating way more people coming through this year. Again, I'm already starting to get calls because the city is now sending persons who are behind in their utility bills to us. And so we are going to have, we're anticipating getting a lot of this over something, $1 million worth of utility bills that are behind coming through us. And we're actually actively now looking on ways to be able to get them that money, organizations that we can work with. So there's going to be a lot of work up ahead in this upcoming year.
I have a comment.
Councilman Gay?
You had mentioned that the administrative fee for your Ignite is 45% for salary. My question is, that is a bit high, but the question is that 45% salary going to you as the owner of Ignite?
No, and actually, just to be clear, what the city, and I guess the city manager can clarify this, Ignite was brought on by the city to perform an administrative function. We were not brought on by the city to be a nonprofit and to actually give out resources. So the traditional nonprofit when you fund a nonprofit, you're funding them for the resources that they're going to give, the programs that they're going to have. The contract that we have with the city specifically says that $32,000 is to be used for salaries and $3,000 was to be used for workshops and projects, which we did. So when the rest of the money that we raised, which is close to $60,000, so my number was backwards. It was actually, we 55% was of the 60,000 that we raised this past year was used to pay 5 salaries. Actually, during the course of the year, we've actually had 8 different individuals work for us. Some have come in for a few hours. So myself, I did not receive a check per se. I am the CEO of Adullam Ministries. And so Adullam pays me. So as a contractor, you know, I do receive from Adullam Ministries, but for the Ignite project specifically, we paid individuals, and every person that worked for us was a resident. Every person that received a check from Ignite over the past 11 months was a resident of the city of College Park.
So you're saying, Jamel, that for $35,000, we didn't get just one person doing the administrative work, but we got 8 people.
8 people? No, we never had all 8
not
people.
Full heads, right? So
right, and they didn't all work at the
what? 2 or 3 people full heads?
Most of the time, meaning, but we had people that would come in if someone couldn't make it. You know, we had a couple people that would come in, work a day, 2 days. So what I'm saying, we actually had 8 individuals who were paid through the course of the year. But generally speaking, we would have 2 people that were working throughout the week. And then of course, myself, my responsibility, and I worked in the office as well. My responsibility was to form partnerships, do all the other stuff that was being done during this time. So yeah, so we basically had 8 different people working throughout the course of the year. And again, we can provide that information, whatever information the city wants. You know, we kept really good records, and I just, I've given general information, but we do have specifics on everything, down to a person, if they came in and they worked for 2 hours, them getting paid $25. We paid $12.50 an hour for staff.
Well, I think your program is a model program, and I think y'all have done wonders with what you've had. In fact, I think you stated earlier that the city came to you with the program for the USDA meal program, and you've been kind of working with the apartments and the different folks to get those settled up. So I just think this is a great program that other cities will develop as well.
Well, I'm going to make a motion. If we cut from 35,000 to 30,000, that's a 20% reduction. That is a larger reduction than we've had in any department, I believe, in our cost-cutting exercises over the last several weeks. So I'm going to make a motion that we continue to employ Ignite to provide the administrative services of connecting people who are in need with resources, and that we support them to that amount.
I will second that.
The amount, I'm sorry, to the amount of how much?
$30,000. They asked for 35. We cut it by 20%, which is larger than any department has cut within College Park, as far as I know. And so I think that's a reasonable cut.
Councilman Allen has seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, that's unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Ms. McKenzie.
Thank you, everyone.
Pastor McKenzie.
Thank you.
Item 6C, discussion and update on recently adopted ordinances and resolutions. Anything, Ms. Moore?
I have nothing.
I have nothing.
All right. And item 6D is quarterly discretionary balance report for mayor and each city council member. Did anyone have any questions regarding that information? I did have a question regarding, it looks like, and Ms. Fullord Bradley, in regard to the discretionary balance and the travel for both myself and Councilman Allen, they've reset somehow with the election. Is that? It looks like the spending that occurred from July 1st to December 31st isn't taken into account.
That's correct. The direction from the city manager was to basically start you at a clean slate, and the actual discretionary amount would be half of the fiscal year instead of the entire fiscal year.
I see. That makes sense.
I don't have any questions. She answered my questions earlier, and I'm fine.
Okay. I did also have on the expense ledger. Is there a way that we could get a little bit more detail on there? Because while I did receive a reimbursement, it was for it was for a legitimate purpose, which was getting lunch to our public safety and power and public works folks on 3 separate occasions there. But is there a way to get more detail on that?
Yeah, and that would normally be on the check request form.
Okay.
It did not occur, so next time those come through, I would request whoever is preparing those and remind the ladies to add more detail, especially to the discretionary expenses. So that can be done. We just need to add more detail on it from a accounts payable, on the accounts payable side.
What about donation contributions?
What about those? I'm sorry.
Well, the source of the contribution, for example, if people have donations to their fund.
Those are normally large. They can, depending on if it was a.
I'm sorry, Althea, you're back from the microphone again. I can't, maybe everybody else can, but I can't understand you.
Kind of working to hear her. It's a challenge.
What I was saying that can sometimes that can be really large as far as the donation activity. We can add that separately, but that's normally depending on what type of activity or event is occurring and the donations that's provided. That's normally a larger report, but I can we can add that as well if that's the direction of the council.
I'm just asking the question. I'm not giving any direction.
Okay.
I don't have any problem with more detail.
It can be done.
That's fine with me.
Councilman Gay, Councilman Taylor?
Okay with it.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay. All right, then. Then it is direction. Thank you, Ms. Fullord Bradley. All right. We are at item 7A. It's a public hearing to receive comments on the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. This is the second of 2 public hearings scheduled to receive public comments. The first hearing was held Monday, June 1st, 2020. Now, are we going to hear from Mr. Wall right now?
Yes, ma'am, if I may, Madam Mayor. Again, we discussed initial proposed budget recommendations for fiscal year 2020-2021, $129,962,183. And of course, before and prior, since the previous public hearing, we've been engaged in various forms of analysis regarding revenue activity, revenue projections, and considerations to make adjustments to those. So much so, and given the associated moving targets, we did secure the assistance of our external financial advisor, Mr. Ed Wall, who's in position to join us. So between both he and Director of Finance and Accounting, Althea Fullord Bradley, we do have a robust presentation that summarizes those considerations, as those are part of the recommended process for fiscal year 2020, 2021. So, Mr. Ed Wall, I believe you are in position, sir.
Yes, sir, I am. And,
Okay, very well.
Okay, Shavela, relinquish control, please.
You asked me to release control?
Yes, and Ed Wall
Okay.
has the presentation.
Got it. It's done. All yours, Ed.
all right, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to share my screen. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Don't hear me? Okay, good. For all council members, Althea and Terrence and Whit Maloney, who works with me, we've gone over all this in detail, and we spent many, many hours in an effort to be transparent to all the folks of College Park. You all wanted me to go through this presentation publicly tonight. I won't be quite as detailed with it in the interest of time, but if there's anything as I go through it that any of you as council members want me to stop and highlight, please just interrupt me and stop.
Mr. Wall, let me interrupt you
yes.
before you begin, because
Yes.
this will be turning into a public hearing. So for those people who wish to add comment, the only way that you'll be able to do that is via Zoom. So the link is available, Ms. Moore, it is available exactly where?
Shavela, if you could unmute, please.
Here, if I may,
Yes.
as previously stated by City Clerk, that information is available on the website as well as on the agenda on the City of College Park's website.
Thank you so much.
You're
So if you do wish to speak, just get that information and be able to log in. So when I do open the public hearing, you're able to participate. So I apologize, Mr. Wall, just wanted to put that out there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So as I talked to all of you all before, Coca-Cola operates as a business, one business, revenues and expenses, and then a net income. You all, College Park, provide different services to the residents of the city. And so the way governmental accounting works is each service has its own fund. And so you have various different businesses, a collection of different businesses in College Park. And each business has to stand on its own, given its different revenue sources. And in times past, College Park has utilized money from one fund to prop up another fund, and you all have created a debt from one fund to another. And so what this budget is attempting to do is to try to fix all of that so that each fund will stand on its own, and the funds that owe other funds money can get it paid back. So with that preamble, I'm just going to get right straight into the funds. One of the services you provide is water and sewer. On the water and sewer fund, we have a balanced budget, but a water sewer enterprise fund needs a profit of about 20%. You all are familiar when you go and borrow money for a car or a house, they want coverage. They don't want to loan you the amount such that your monthly payment is equal to your entire salary. They normally like to limit your payments to about half of what your take-home pay is. In governmental business, they want a coverage of about 20%, not 50%. And so staff and I have recommended that you have a 5% rate increase next year for the water and sewer fund. And this fund has $6 million in cash. And we've worked hard to give you a history of the water and sewer fund. Each of these funds tonight we go over will have a history. You can see that the water and sewer fund had net income of $733,000. It had $1.1 million, and then it lost $1.3 million. I want you to see over here in the 2021 budget. This is the 2021 budget right here. You can see down here at the bottom that it's projected to lose approximately $184,000. Its annual debt payments to Georgia Environmental Facilities Authority is about $1 million a year. And so a 20% coverage on that debt payment would require $1,261,000. We go up here, this $1,261,000 minus 876 leaves 385,000. So we would want to produce this $876,000 profit to be $1.2 million profit. We take $385,000 and we divide it by 8,590,000, which is the 21 projected revenues, and we get a 4.48% rate increase. And so we'll be asking you tonight to consider a 5% rate increase for the water and sewer fund.
And
yes, sir.
One thing I just like to mention, that assumes that people pay their utility bills.
It does, sir.
And as we know, we've got an issue that we're dealing with. We've talked about that previously. So it's good that we're having a 20% coverage.
It is. That's why it's there, to cover if such a thing, if a tornado comes through and wipes out your ability to deliver water and sewer services, if utilities aren't collected on time. So that 20% coverage covers for a lot of that. And then one last thing is I just wanted you to show, you'll see tonight, fund balance is not always cash. And so the water and sewer fund had a $16 million fund balance. But the amount that's cash is only $6,729,000. The water and sewer fund does have a good cash balance. Next fund is sanitation fund. You all provide.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wall. Can you go into a little bit more about what the rest of it is? What is that Is that 9.8?
So enterprise fund, the way it works with its fund balance is it has a concept called retained earnings. And so the $9,850,000 is in your assets under an item called net investment in capital assets. And so it's the water pipes in the ground, the sewer pipes in the ground, wells that you dug across the city. And so your assets in the water and sewer fund was $16,580,000, but cash is $6,729,000. Each fund will be different. Enterprise funds have this concept of net investment in capital assets. The tax funds won't have that sort of nomenclature. Good to go, Mayor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You bet. So the sanitation funds, like the water and sewer fund in the governmental accounting world, we call it the enterprise fund. It has a negative cash balance of $200,000. So we as staff would recommend to mayor and council that you have a 10% rate increase to restore a positive fund balance in the sanitation department. And at the end of this presentation, Althea has done for you a sample utility bill and what these rate increases would mean to the average customer in the percentage increases that we're recommending. And so I wanted to point out to you the sanitation fund in 2015, the net profit was $307,000 and $338,000, negative $552, $403, $361. In 20, it's going to be $62,000 negative, and it's balanced here in 21. But look down here, you can see that the net position is a negative $209,000. And so we go up here to the revenues, $2,299,000. That number times a 10% rate increase will give us a $230,000 new revenue number, which will help wipe out this negative balance down here. And so right now, your general fund's having to prop this fund up. We want this fund to stand on its own.
Mr. Wall?
Yes, ma'am?
Looking back at 2017,
Yes,
where
ma'am.
the fund lost over $500,000. What can you explain what happened there, and if there were any steps to correct it?
So it appeared to be there was a period when we weren't collecting utility amounts, and if you look at the revenues, it was $2.6 million, and then it fell to $2.2 million, and then it went up to $2.8 million, and there wasn't a rate increase there. I think the last rate increase for sanitation was like 2006, I think it was, and so it was a combination of increased expenses 2,000,004 to 2,000,007 and not collecting revenues. And there was a concerted effort on the part of the city to collect revenues, water, sewer, electric, and sanitation. And you can see the fruits of the labor here, where it went from 2,000,001 to 2,000,008. That any other questions? Did I answer it, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next fund is electric fund. The electric fund, I told y'all that there's a lot of due tos and due froms among your different businesses. The electric fund owes the general fund $7.2 million. So we want this fund to do more than break even so it can start paying that back. BIDA owes it the same amount. The electric fund has been losing money since 2017. You also have a Sandersville incident where there's litigation, and Sandersville had agreed to buy power from you. They changed their mind and doesn't want to buy power from you. And they have won the first round in a court case in Washington County, and I believe it's now on appeal. We as staff are asking you all to raise rates 25% on the electric system. The electric system had $6 million of cash at the end of 2019. It'll have $1.7 million at the end of 20 because it lost about $4 million in 2020. I'll get right to the numbers here. You can see down here the income before transfers. So it was making $2,009,000 in 15, made $3,009,000. You can see every subsequent year, the electric fund has lost money. There's various reasons for that, and I can get into it, but it's lost money. And then it transfers. This is for your sake, Councilman Clay, the questions you'd asked me. So it transferred money to other funds, and it just made the loss bigger, but it was still losing money. And so we need this 2021 budget that y'all talked about before had a 20% rate increase. But down here, you can see it's about break even. It lost $96,000 in 2021. We need for it to make a profit so it can pay back what it owes to the general fund. And these charts, y'all know we've all gone through it. It takes their fund balance, and here again, Mayor, is the concept of the investment in capital assets. And this $16 million that it looks like is a fund balance in the electric system, you have to take $7 million that's adjustments that it's due from other funds. So the BIDA owes it $7,000,003, but that's not cash. BIDA owes it to them. And then $8 million was receivables. And so you can see at the end of June 30, 2020, it's going to have $1,649,000 in cash. And so what we ask you to come up with is how best to implement this 25% rate increase and make it as less painful as we can to your residents. And option one is phase the 25% increase in. It's 5% a month. And this 20% number right here at 33,600,000 will become 34 million. Option two was do 15% in July and then the balance 10% in November. Or option three is do all 25% in July, the first month of your fiscal year. And you can see the new revenue numbers that each one of these options would produce. It's up to y'all.
When was the last time we had a rate increase?
Is Hugh on the call where you can talk to that?
Yeah, rate increase. It's been many years. We haven't done a rate increase. We changed the power cost adjustment up and down, but our last rate change was January 2016. We actually went down a little bit. We blended the power costs in there, so it's been many years on actual rate increase.
So
two questions on that.
Yes.
One, where would that put us in relation to other power providers? And secondly, if we went down in 2016, can you go back on there a little bit? So we went So we went in 2016, before transfers out, the fund was making $3.9 million. The following year in 2017, it's losing 3.8. Correct?
I can answer that.
So, I mean, is that's correct, right?
Yes, ma'am. Those numbers are correct. And you want to know why it has such a big swing?
Sure. Go ahead.
So Hugh, didn't you say you were going to answer?
I can answer that for three reasons. One was the Sandersville case. They quit paying the premium that year, January of that year. Another, we had where our municipal trust fund ran out, was winding down. It ran out in 2018. So we were getting credits as much as $6 million a year. So our cost of power ramped down to nothing in 2018. So that's why you start seeing the losses in 2017, 2018, 2019. And I think in 2017 also, instead of putting our year-end settlement money on our power bill as a credit, we put money aside. It was 1.8 million, put the money aside into our flexible trust fund. So a combination of all of those things.
And then me just looking at the raw numbers, Mayor, you'll see here the sales were 24 million in 16. It became 21 million in 17. This is the year that something got boogered up about collections, and the bills are all going out boogered up, and people quit paying, and we just had a time, and we spoke to that in sanitation.
But we rebound in 2018 and 2019, and we're still losing money.
Correct.
We are losing multiple millions of dollars.
Right. So let me get to it a minute.
Sorry, I'm getting you ahead of you. I apologize.
No, you're not. But I just want to. I'm gonna answer the 2017, then we'll go to the next year. So you can see it was a big decline in revenues right here, and then expenses went up $2 million that year, and so you got hammered by revenues falling by almost $4 million, and expenses going up by $2 million. And then we had other operating expenses right here, which we hadn't had, of another $2 million. And so 17 was just a really rough year. And so it went from a 3.9 million profit to 3.8 million negative. And so you can see a concerted effort in 18 to collect past due bills. Remember, there's no big rate increases now. And so the revenues swung from 21.6 million to 25.3 million. But the power costs continue to go up. And so I think that these revenue numbers here, the setting of electrical rates is a wild, complicated business. And I'm always, on my other clients, I have to call the Hugh Richardson or wherever that is and get them to explain it to me each time. But water and sewer is pretty straightforward. It's one rate for water, one rate for sewer, sanitation's a rate. Electricity has these different things. They have a power cost adjustments. They have administration. They got all these different things. And so there's like a base rate, and that base rate is what you're increasing by 25%. I don't think that's been increased in a long, long time. And MEAG had this thing called the competitive trust, where they thought electricity was going to be deregulated, and people were going to, like Chick-fil-A and Cisco, could go to Duke Power and buy their electricity from them. And Enron started that business. And when Enron blew up, all that deregulation stuff went away. Well, MEAG had been accumulating a pile of money in that competitive trust. And when the deregulation went away, they told everybody, we're going to feed that to you, making our rates to you arbitrarily low. And somehow or another, that our amount in that competitive trust bled off sooner than it should have bled off. Is that true, Hugh? Am I saying that right?
No, it didn't bleed off sooner. It was all scheduled because it was tied up in bonds. So yeah, it was scheduled to go through 2018.
Well, so what would you say is the reason that we just lost all this money? Like Sandersville is hitting here. We go from 27 million in 20 to 30 million in 21. So Sandersville first hit in 17, and then the big hits here.
Well, I've already explained the reasons that the cost of power went up. That's a lot of our costs. Of course, our capital expenses went up too. We were building more infrastructure in the city, but basically 3 items: the Sandersville case, the trust fund, and we put some money aside, and that's what hit 2017 pretty hard. So we could have improved 2017 by 1.8 million if we hadn't put the money aside.
We still would have been losing money.
Yeah.
I mean, we would have been at a $2 million loss as opposed to 3.8 before transfers out. Right? I mean, okay.
Well, would you say, Hugh, that we could have had a rate increase sooner, but we didn't? And the reason why it's a big lick now is just because it's been building up over these 4 years? And
yeah, we were trying to get through these years, because in the next couple of years, the power costs will actually start ramping down. But we're trying to get through these years without doing it, and then all of a sudden that $6 million fell in our lap, and we got to do something about it now.
And don't forget the fact that we did transfer some money out of the electric fund.
And here are the transfers here. All of those are transfers out.
So the electric fund was helping others.
It was indeed.
To some degree.
And the truth of the matter is we shouldn't have really transferred money in these years when we had losses, but we're taking it out of the cash.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Can I say something about those transfers? Those transfers will take place regardless, because what it's doing is, as I mentioned before, it is relieving BIDA of its debt. And that's something the council agreed on. I think back in 2016, the auditors brought before you all a plan to dissolve that loan, where they knew BIDA wouldn't be able to pay it back. So every year there's a reduction to the loan that BIDA owes the electric fund. Now, this next fiscal year is the first year we may be able to not have that transfer out and actually have BIDA transfer money into the electric fund. But those transfers will occur regardless, because they're trying to say BIDA won't be able to pay down that loan. Therefore, the electric fund has to absorb that loss.
But nonetheless, if there weren't a BIDA, the electric fund would have been that much richer.
Yes, that's correct.
You're right.
And so it is, we have subsidized elsewhere with the electric fund.
Or at least less poor. Saying
I
richer.
didn't say we'd be rich.
Well, yeah, I mean, because it's still operating at a loss.
Oh,
all these
absolutely,
years.
absolutely.
I mean, even without those transfers out. So
right. But when a business is losing money, do you say, oh, and by the way, we're going to loan some money
double
to
down, right?
this other business next door to help them out?
That's exactly what the city's done.
Yeah, it's exactly what we've done.
And we're going to leave this. The reason we want you to have the electric fund make a profit like it did in these years is so that it can pay the general fund back the $7 million that it owes.
The other thing we might want to mention, Ed, is that the electric fund, we have had some of the lowest rates in the state of Georgia for a long time. Is that correct, you?
That is true, and we be going above average with this increase.
Yep.
Okay,
but we won't be the highest.
Where would we rank in regard to Georgia Power?
We will be above them. We were about 8% below, and I'm just talking about residential now, summer and winter rates. So we will be above them. Our winter rate still actually looks pretty good. It's the summer rate that's going to be bad. And I still want to reduce that one day, but it may be a few years away.
And just so y'all know these numbers, the increase here, the Sandersville case cost us $6 million, but Hughes only baking $3 million into our projected 2021 budget because he's selling that power on the spot market for $2 million. And then the other million's coming from what is it, Hugh?
A year in settlement.
Year in settlement that we always get every year from MEAG. And so the Sandersville was a $6 million swing, but Hughes estimating that we get $2 million from sale on the marketplace and $1 million from year in settlement. So our net increase is going to be $3 million.
But keep in mind that if we're using power, we don't have it to sell on the spot market. So if we have people who are not paying their utility bills, they're still using the power. And that money could have been recouped by selling it out on the spot market.
Yes.
Ed, I have a question.
Yes.
In regards to rate increase. Since I've been on council, we've given several commercial accounts a utility credit, very significant amounts. My question is, can we change those agreements to recover cash? Or how long? How they're affecting our loss in utility?
So I'm not familiar with those agreements. I want to turn them over to somebody who is.
Hugh can weigh in. Hugh.
I know we gave I guess you're talking about special rates or special contract. I know we gave Cisco Foods one.
How much was that? Approximately $1 million credit?
Yeah, I don't remember the dollars. It was 2 cents kilowatt hour off the regular rate. And the only other contract I'm aware of is the block data. Selling them actually
That's about $1 million. So I guess my question is, as we talk about rate increases, I want to also be mindful of those large utility credits.
I've got a question along that same line. The money that we are charging in those contracts, am I not correct that that is still more than we could sell it for on the spot market?
That's true.
So we are still making, and Councilman Gay's point is valid, that we might be able to make more money on it, but we are still making more money that we would be able to sell it on the spot market.
That's true.
So if we didn't have those customers, we would actually be, if they decided, well, we're going to increase our rates, we're going to go somewhere else, then we would be in the situation where we'd have that excess power and we'd be actually making less money selling it on the spot market. That's
true. And remember our contract with Block Data, they paid for all costs to serve them up front.
Right. Oh yeah. The one customer I know, costs that we normally would have had to pay for a customer, they covered themselves. I don't know how you take that into consideration, but it was a significant amount. Transformers, transmission lines, et cetera, et cetera.
And the transformers will get back one day.
So, Councilman Gage, you get your question answered?
Yes, thank you.
You bet. Councilman Clay, you good to go?
I'm good.
Anybody else?
I'm not happy, but I'm good.
I know. Let's go to the next.
Like it either.
The next business is a car rental tax fund. This one here is COVID-19 hammered. So the other revenues that we've talked about, the other businesses haven't been impacted too greatly by COVID-19, but this one here has. And so this fund has $5 million in cash. Its 21 revenues we expect to be nearly nothing. So to give you an example, the monthly collections have been around $1.2 million, $1.3 million, $1.4 million. Last month, the collection was $130,000. The way that car rental tax fund works is we collect it, we pay it to Atlanta's paying agent bank for the State Farm Arena Hawks bonds. They take the first 8.8 million, then everything, every dollar after that up to 3.2 million goes to us. And after they get us 3.2 million, Atlanta can take the next dollars up to $1 million, and we split everything 60-40. Every year, the Atlanta General Fund is required to make us whole if the car rental tax doesn't give us 3.2 million a year. And the issue with that is that it has to go for 2 years running that we don't get to 3.2 million. And then they make us whole 6 months after the end of their fiscal year. And their fiscal year is like yours, June 30th. And so 20 revenues are nearly nothing. So we're going to probably not collect anything in 21, not much in 22. So they will miss the 3.2 million each year for 2 years running, but we won't see our make whole payment until December of 22. So let's go to the car rental fund budget, the actual numbers. You can see when we traded with Atlanta on the negotiation of extending the car rental tax for 10 years, we got a big lick in our negotiations with them. You can see in 2020, the way the car rental tax works is it's on a fiscal year of December 1 to November 30th. And so this $4,600,000 we collected in 2020 was based on collections of the car rental tax from December 1 of 18 to November 30th of 2019. And so that was really 2019's numbers. We get $400,000 a year, every year for 10 years that they give us to help pay the debt service on the APM station. That was part of our negotiations with them in 19.
You,
and so,
automated people mover, right?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize to you.
That's all right.
I'm talking to the public. Right. It's the little train that runs at the airport in between the concourses. And there's one that runs out to the new car rental facility that's located just beyond our GICC, our convention center.
People call that the Sky Train.
Yes, sir. The Sky Train. And for us tech folks, they call it the automated people mover, APM.
Right.
And so you can see, you take 400,000 off of this number right here, and we got 4.2 million in real car rental taxes. Remember, the general funds to make us whole 3.2. So they were doing great in 2019, but the good Lord cut the spigot off in March, and we're budgeting $100,000 that we would get in 2021. I don't know how much of that we'll get. In 2022, I thought we'd get maybe 2 million. Who knows? The head of the airport gave a talk to Atlanta City Council 2 weeks ago, and he thinks the recovery in the air travel business will be 2 to 5 years, he said. And so the good thing is that y'all salted away cash money in this account. And so it projected 2020, the cash is going to be 6,142,000. And so this fund was designed to tote two things: the arena and the public safety debt, the public safety building. And so we're transferring money, $5,196,000 for the 21 budget. Here's where we're going to spend it: $917,000 to the general fund, $1.4 million to BIDA, and $2.8 million to the arena fund to pay the arena debt. So the arena is only going to have to take care of its operation and maintenance expenses. Its debt service is covered by this car rental fund. So we're spending the cash in 21, and we're going to bring it down to $1.4 million. And then in 22, if we got 2 million in revenue together with the $1.4 million in cash, we can do the 3.6 million, which represents the got to pays, the 2.8 million for the arena debt, and the 800,000 for the public safety debt. And so these were like the must got to. And so if we get $2 million, we can get it. If we don't, in 22, the general fund is going to have to make up whatever we don't get in this number here. There's nothing for you to do for the car rental. It is what it is. We just got to monitor it monthly and give you reports as to how we're collecting. So this car rental fund was a business designed to support two other functions, the public safety and the arena fund. Hotel motel tax fund, again, here's another one that's COVID-19 hammered. And so we have cash in this fund of 1.4 million. The 21 budget has $9 million estimated for hotel motel taxes. I'm afraid that number is too much. And why? In April, the collections were just $122,000. We normally collect $1 million a month on that. There ain't a thing we can do about that. It just is what it is. But this fund here is designed to tote other funds. And so when this fund catches a cold, the other funds are going to catch the flu. We've got enough cash to cover. We've got $1.4 million in cash that if we collect less than $9 million, we can make it. Let's go to the actual numbers. So here's the budget for 21. I just want y'all to see it. We used to collect $12 million. That's $1 million a month. We can see for 2020, we're projecting $8 million. And for 21, our budget's $9 million too. Here's a worst case scenario down here. We're starting in July 1st with just 100,000. Now already we know that the numbers are better than that because the April collections are 123,000. So hopefully this is the worst it'll be. 6,550,000 versus a budget of 9. So we might be 2.6 million short. Terrence and Althea and I were talking about it, and we think the actual collection is going to be between these two numbers. There's a one thing y'all can do is the property hotel motel tax has a special tax district for all the hotels. And currently the millage levy is 14.5 mils. And so this amount collects about $1,700,000 a year. And so we don't have it in the budget, but if you would go up from the 14.5 mils, you can actually put more money into this fund from the hotel industry. This represents the 8% collection. By state law, 8% is the max. You can't do anything with it. What do we do with the money that we collect? You can see this 2,381,000 is expenses. I think that's the DMO. The rest of it is transferred out, and you can see where the transfers are going to. We take 2.5 million and send it to the general fund, and we take 6 million and send it to the convention center fund. So the hotel motel tax was like 300 grand in 1985, and y'all built your first convention center in 1985, and then you sold it to Atlanta when they expanded the 6th runway and built the current one in 2001. Well, so the whole idea behind the convention center was to drive these revenues, hotel motel tax revenues. And so I've got no problem with this fund supporting the convention center because that was really the way it was designed back in 1985. But the issue we got here is this VITA fund is counting on this $6 million that's going to go into its fund. If your hotel motel tax collections are less, and we got $1,285,000 in cash, if they're less than $1,285,000, then we're going to have to transfer less money to VITA. The general fund has to take up the difference. So we're narrowing down on the end of your businesses, but you can see if anything jumps, the general fund is the only fund left that'll pick up the slack.
Why is VITA dependent on that fund, Ed?
Say it again to me, Councilman Gay.
Why do we owe VITA that designated money? To do what?
So when VITA was created in 1985, they sold bonds for that convention center, and the bond documents say that the bonds are paid first by the net profit of a convention center.
Okay.
No convention center makes a net. I don't know of one that ever made a net profit. But if it ever happened to make one, that's the first bucket in paying their debt. The second bucket is hotel motel tax. The third bucket is mixed drink tax. And the last bucket is property tax payers, full faith and credit of College Park. And so in 85, it was designed that money from this fund goes to VITA to pay its debt. So it was really designed for that. And so this entire $6 million, Councilman Gay, goes to pay debt service on VITA's debt. not BIDA's debt, the convention center's debt. And the convention center, they sold 60 million in bonds for that convention center over there and put $40 million in cash. They sold their existing convention center in Atlanta for $80 million. They put 40 million in cash in it and borrowed 60 million. So this 6,091,000 will go to BIDA to pay its debt service. I mean, the convention center to pay its debt service. You have a convention center fund and a BIDA fund. And I confuse the two a lot, but they're two separate funds with two separate debts.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
I think the takeaway from this is that due to the way the money flows between funds, to the extent that we don't implement the increase in this district tax, in the millage rate, to the extent that we don't implement that, ultimately, it will impact the general fund. And if it impacts the general fund, then either we have to cut services or we have to raise property taxes.
Yes, sir. And so we've talked to you about raising the sanitation rates 5%, the water and sewer rates. The water and sewer rates 5%, the sanitation rates 10%, electric rates 25%. We're asking you to raise this special tax district on hotels from 14.5 mils to 20 mils, and it'll generate an additional $700,000. We'll summarize this at the end. Next fund is Arena Fund. The Arena Fund has operation and maintenance cost of $3.2 million. It has no cash balance. Revenues for 21, I don't believe are a conservative projection, given that the pandemic continues and the travel hadn't picked up. You can't get more than 10 people in the spot and on and on. So we asked Mercedes, Terrence and Althea and I did, what would be your expenses if you had no events at all? So Mercedes says this $3.2 billion, she'd save $500,000 a quarter. That's stuff like security and food and utilities. And so if she went an entire year with no events, no revenues at all, she'd save $2 billion, 500,000 times 4 quarters. And so 2 million minus 3,000,002 is $1.2 million that the general fund is going to have to tote. And so they got $2.8 million in debt service payments on that arena, but that coming from car rental tax. And so let's look at the numbers here. You can see the 21 budget. Here are the revenues, $3,194,000, and there are the expenses, $3,194,000. So for every dollar of expenses that ain't covered by revenue, is going to have to come from general fund, because this fund has no cash. And so the thing to do is every month to monitor it, and Mercedes to monitor it every month, make a report to y'all. And I guess if it's September or October and you don't have any revenues at all, you may have to start eating into the meat of that place to try to cut expenses.
Yeah, can I ask a question? It's kind of creative question.
Yes.
We took $10 million out of our general fund, which I didn't vote for, by the way, and paid down on this arena. My question to you is, since SunTrust financed that bond debt and SunTrust is the city's depository, why can't we leverage SunTrust to just refinance the arena and get our $10 million back into the general fund through reamortization, through reamortizing the debt?
So a couple things about that. One, I think the bond issue was about $35 million, I think. And then I think it was $9 million from the general fund. And I think we put another $4 million from TPD in there, from hotel motel tax. And so this $35 million in bonds is 15 years. And I can't remember the interest rate. It's like 2.5%, 2.8, but its payments are $2.8 million a year. That's exactly equal to what we're getting from the car rental tax. And so if I added anything to this and this payment goes up, I ain't got nowhere to take the money from. So the problem is it's like a whack-a-mole. I push it here, it's going to come out up here. And so your solution is wonderful. It would be great to take that 10 million and put it back into the general fund. And we could do that. I just couldn't do it for the same 2.8 million payment. Does that make sense?
It just, but will we get, yeah, it'll be a higher payment, but we will get that cash back in our general fund, right?
Yes, sir, you would.
All right, I get it.
But so that's we can explore that. If we get into October and we don't have any revenues at all over there, we'll explore this to see if there's something to come from it.
Okay.
Councilman Clay, did you have something?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So so the arena fund is a business, and it is okay that the car rental fund totes it. The convention center fund is a business. It's okay the hotel motel tax totes it. But what you don't want is the electric fund to be toting some of these funds. It ain't got no business doing that. And so the main thing I want to leave y'all with is the arena fund has $3,194,000 in expenses and $3,194,000 in revenues. We know going in that this ain't gonna happen. And so Mercedes says by default, when revenues don't come in the door, she's gonna save $500,000 a quarter from this amount. But if we go too far, it's gonna leave $1.2 million out there. We've got to watch it close and maybe try to cut some of that $1.2 million if business doesn't pick up. But this is a business, and revenues and expenses have got to tote each other. Absolutely. There's no other place to draw money to pay this other than the general fund.
Right.
Next one is the convention center fund. It has no cash. Its budget, we was talking about the arena fund was $3.2 million. Its budget's $8 million. So it's $8 million in expenses that got to come from revenues. So the same exercise. Mercedes, what happens if you don't have any business? She says she can save $1.2 million a quarter from she's not selling food, so she ain't got to buy food, stuff like that. So $1.2 million a quarter times 4 quarters is $4.8 million. So if that thing has no revenues whatsoever, she'll save $4.8 million. $4.8 million from $8 million leaves $3.2 million that the general fund's gonna have to tote. So once again, monthly, we got to monitor it. If we don't have business picking up in October, we're gonna have to maybe eat into the meat of some of the expenses, because if the general fund totes $3.2 million of this and $1.2 million of the arena, pretty soon the general fund gonna run out of cash. If the hotel motel tax transfers less money, then that number goes up. And then this fund owes the electric fund $1,900,000. We want it to ultimately make a profit so we can get that money back. Just look at the real numbers here. I want to brag on Mercedes. So the 2020 actual is going to be about $7.8 million. She hadn't had any revenue since March. So she was almost close. She would have busted and had the best year ever if things hadn't happened. And so she was really over budget, doing great with revenues. So let's forget about that. It has no cash. Let's go down to 2021. You can see $8 million in revenues and $8 million in expenses. Let's go down the page. Bond debt service is $5.8 million a year. This is what I was talking to you, Councilman Gay. The $6.2 million in transfers in down here goes to pay this debt, and $200,000 of capital. And so that $6.2 million comes from the hotel motel tax. And again, it's okay for the hotel motel tax fund to tote this fund because it was designed to do that back in '85. But if this 6 million two gets less, then the general fund's gonna have to tote it. And so the takeaway from this fund is there's nothing you can do but monitor expenses and revenues, because those two things have got to equal each other. There's no magical amount of money coming in that can cover anything that's short. Let's go to the BIDA fund. It has no cash. Y'all see a theme in this? So the water and sewer fund had 6 million in cash. The electric fund had about $1 million. Sanitation was negative, and no other cash in these funds. The car rental fund had 5 million. The big cash amounts in the general fund, you got $10 million of cash in the general fund. And so reason why we're belaboring this point, and Terrence wanted us to go through all this exercise, is that cash is getting tight, and it makes us have to really watch this more so than we've ever had to do in the past. The BIDA fund, the key assumption is land sale of $4.2 million. And so all these other funds we've talked about, the hotel motel tax fund, the electric fund, the car rental fund, they don't have any money to send over here. And so this budget got balanced by assuming land sales. And so that's a big deal for this. Now Artie thinks we'll get it. He thinks the first site will be a hotel site, and then the second one is a residential site, Southeastern Capital. But we got to make sure that we pull through on that. The fund owes $11 million to the electric fund. We want to get it back. Its annual revenues of $3.3 million, they were all designed like the hotel motel tax was out of the convention center. This $3 million revenues, they're pilot payments and land rent that was designed to pay debt. But instead, we're taking it and 2/3 of it and using it to pay operation and maintenance costs. And so what are the debt of the BIDA fund? Well, we got the public safety fund that was paid from car rental. We got the master land contract that we got from Atlanta that was going to be from land sales. We had the Gateway land, the 28 acres that we bought around the GICC. His annual payments $1.8 million. That was to come from the $69,000 per acre that we sold land rent to for those hotels, the office building. And if y'all remember the trade, some are old council, some are new council. It was a ground rent of $69,000 per acre per year for 30 years. And on the 30th year, they would pay 15% of the then value of the land. And the reason it was that is we've got the land already paid for. And so they'd pay the 15%. Now, some of the Gateway lands now been sold outright for cash money, almost $1 million an acre is what we paid for it. But the Gateway land was to be paid from land rent. So these land rent numbers that are coming in revenues, they were to go to debt service. Hotel pilot payments, the two big first hotels out there, the Marriott Gateway and the Spring Hill Suites, the city put in $30 million to make that happen, and they used pilot payments to pay the debt service. And so the pilot payments are revenues into the BIDA fund to go to that. The APM station is $506,000 a year. We get $400,000 a year for 10 years from Atlanta. So it was $160,000 to be made up from either land sales or other revenues. And then the office building, that just like the two hotels in 2008, the city sold $7 million in debt to build that office building together with private funds of about $14 million. And the annual payment is $430,000. That's coming from the office pilot payments, and it's in the BIDA revenues. And so we got $6.8 million in annual debt service on the BIDA debt. We have the car rental of $1,409,000 that's coming in. We have the $3.3 million in the pilot payments and the rent payments. So it's $2 million short that we've got to make up from land sales every year. And so the idea that Terrence and Althea and I had is let's come up with new revenue sources for BIDA to try to make this up. BIDA's budget is $1,500,000. So it's $3.5 million. Let's make this business more self-sustaining so that we don't have a gun to our head about land sales all the time. So what are the ideas about BIDA? cut O&M cost, 1.5 million. That may be already tight. I don't know that there's any cuts left, but that's always an option. The biggest one is sell land. Terrence has asked Artie to look at all the land that BIDA owns. It's on the city's audit report, and it says land held for sale at $39,500,000. So Terrence asked Artie to tell me a list of what all those things are. What was the cost? And what does Artie think it's worth? And let's concentrate on trying to sell some land. Let's get new dedicated revenue source. We've talked about one idea was increasing the hotel motel tax millage rate from 14.5 mils to 20 mils. Each 1 mil will raise 130,000. So a 20 mil levy will bring an extra 725,000. One option is to do that. And you can see the convention center fund is okay if the hotel motel tax comes in there. Let's take this 725,000 and dedicate it to BIDA as a new revenue source if it closes gap, so it doesn't have a gun to its head to sell land. There's another one called a special tax district, Newtown tax district. It's a special tax district on all the land around the GICC, around the BIDA area out there. The current levy brings in 149,000. Each 1 mil brings in 19,000. As new businesses go in out there, that number will get bigger and bigger as that district gets more development. So a 20 mil levy would bring in an additional 250,000. So an idea that we'll be presenting to you tonight in the finish is that along with the revenue enhancements that you did for sanitation and water and sewer and electric, you do these two things to help BIDA shore up its finances and count on less land sales. We would like BIDA to approve a formal policy that when it does land sales, the first thing it does is pay the $11 million back to the general fund. And the last fund is the general fund. We all have thought the general fund was in great shape. It had $24 million in fund balance. The problem is when you look at what's in there as real cash, ain't $10 million. It's owed a lot of money from these other funds. So we need to get the general fund paid back. Second, from land sales is pay down debt. And then the third is do new projects. I think before the COVID-19 crisis hit, we were thinking we would take land sales and do 6 West on a phased project with the land sale proceeds and not do any debt. And so we as a city need to talk about 6 West and how best to accomplish it. But I think this formal policy is what the city needs now. And then I added this for us to discuss, no new projects until this eases up.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to interrupt you.
You know,
just to hear again on BIDA. You know, one of my visions and thought process would be, and I'm just saying this, is that we get out of the business of trying to develop BIDA. It's a huge project, and give it to someone like a North American Properties in the form of a sales. Would the land cost to BIDA alone get us out of a lot of our debt if hypothetically we sold it to a developer and they did it and they developed it out? Could we make money if we just sold the whole shaboom?
Yes, sir. We if you remember I can't remember the names of the companies, but at one time we were considering 2 folks to sell the property to as a master developer. And we decided that neither one of those offers were going to really give us enough money. We wanted to maintain control of what went on that site. Nobody was willing to stroke us a check without us giving up control. And so we wound up deciding to be our own master developer rather than to try to go in with somebody. But we could but now this is a new world we found ourselves in since March, and we could revisit that.
Thank you.
Yes. Just look at the fund. I just want to look at 2021. Well, look at 20. 2 weeks ago, we sold some property and we got $2,400,000 in. And you can see right here it went in. but the fund still lost $1,772,000 for the year. And it's because we've got the revenues up here, $3,492,000. We take the operation and maintenance costs off here. So we're left with $2,200,000, but it's got to pay $6,900,000 in debt service. And so we got to get land sales. And so land sales, rather than go to pay down debt, is going to pay the debt. So this is like what we're doing is if you owned a house and own a vacant lot next to it, you'd be selling off pieces of that vacant lot just to make your monthly mortgage payment. And I want us to think in an organized fashion to get away from that. And this cash crunch that we're in because of COVID-19 allows us to step back and figure out how best to make this budget balance itself with these new revenue sources. And I want us to do things other than the ones we just thought about. But this 21 budget, here's the big lick. It's only going to be balanced if they sell up to $4.2 million in land. But again, I was hoping that this thing would balance on its own and we could take this $4,200,000 and pay back the general fund and then pay down some of its debt. But instead, we're taking land sales and it's just disappearing every year on our ongoing cost. Let's go to the last fund, the general fund. The general fund's projected a slight loss for June 30th, 20 of $224,000. And while the fund balance is $24 million, there's only $10.4 million in cash. The electric fund owes it $7.2 million. The convention center owes it $1.8 million. The 21 budget was almost balanced at $113,000. We're not asking you to do anything with the general fund except for monitor it and watch it close every month. You can see right there. Why watch it close? Sales tax is budgeted at 90% of what we collected in 2020. And you can see in Clayton, the April collection was off just 17%, and Fulton was off 29%. I would have thought they'd be off 50% or more. I was really shocked that all over the state, all of my clients, the sales tax collections were a lot better than I had projected.
Groceries. It's groceries. I can tell you, I've got a refrigerator full of stuff because I'm just anxious about. So I'm just buying a whole bunch of groceries. But let me ask you a question.
Amazon.
Oh, that's Amazon. Right. Oh, and Amazon. Yes, Amazon. And when was the last time that we actually balanced the budget, where funds weren't
so
inappropriately paying for other things?
So by law, the budget has to be balanced every year.
I understand that.
And
so
I think every year we've done a budget where we've used fund balance in order to balance it. And because the history of the city had been to underestimate revenues and overestimate expenses, almost every year since 2013, we spent less than fund. Let me just go to the numbers. You can see it. We've added to fund balance some years and taken from fund balance. So here are the years in 2015. We added $106,000 to fund balance in 2015. In 2013, we added $3.5 million in 14. We added $4 million, $8 million, and then in 17 we took $528,000, and then in 18, here's where that $9,700,000 that Councilman Gage talking about went to the arena fund. That was a purpose drawdown. If you hadn't done $9,700,000, you would have had about $1 million profit in 18. And then but the point I'm trying to make here is these years here after the 2008 recession, each year the fund balance was negative. And I think the city had a slight tax increase in 13. Wasn't it $500,000, Terrence? You remember?
That was a year prior to my arrival. That would have been fiscal year 2012, 2013. And the millage has been level since 2013.
But we did have a tax increase right in 12 or 13 to quit spending fund balance. And so.
Ed, let me jump in on one thing.
Yes.
At one point during the recession, and I don't recall the year, we were drawing down fund balance by about $12 million a year.
Yes.
And we, at that point, did a reduction in staff. We had an early out program and made significant cuts, and were able to eliminate a good chunk of that drawdown.
Did I answer the question, Mayor? Not really, did I?
You know, you did. You did.
Okay. All right. And so I just want to show here the 23,007 and what we say is a fund balance. We have to take 9,000,004 from it, which is other funds owe us. 1,000,007 in prepaid items where we've out the cash, but we'll get the benefit over the course of a time period, and inventories, and then receivables due. These are things that people owe us. And so I reduce it down to 10,531,000. And then you can see in 2020, we're projecting a $224,000 loss. So the cash is going to fall to 10,407. So this amount is what y'all got to rely on if any of those other funds fall short. And so it's so tight. That's why we're asking you to make all of these changes so that each fund can stand on its own, and we try to minimize the use of this and hopefully add back to it. So let's go to the recommendations. Each fund needs to stand on its own. We need electric rates for additional revenue of 5,669,000. Hopefully it'll make a
And
profit.
which recommendation? There were 3 recommendations associated with that 25%. Which one are you assuming here?
Oh, you mean the options, Councilman Clay?
Yes, sir.
Pardon?
The options. We talked about different options.
Yes, yeah, I'm talking about which option are you assuming?
The 5% a month.
Yeah.
That's the
The preferred is
5%.
the 5% a month.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So if we did it all at one time, how much more would that be? You have any idea?
Yes, sir. So,
Yeah.
Let me go back to that sheet of paper.
And we've already started the 5% in this June. So we already started that ramp up.
So, Councilman Allen, so the phase 5% a month is 34,009. The all at once was 35,150,000. So do it all at once to bring us in an extra $1,100,000.
But keep in mind, if we do it all at once, that will be at the height of the summer. And when power rates are already the highest, and our cost is the highest, to hit our residents with that increase at that time, I just have a real problem with that.
Well, I think Althea, you said if we did the average would be what, $24 a month for everybody?
Well, that would just be the average based on usage. So what we did do was take the.
Althea, will you please talk closer to the microphone?
I'm very close to the mic. I'm leaning over. Can you hear me?
You need to turn up your volume. Input to the mic volume.
And so, Althea, I put that slide up. Althea, I've got that slide up so you can talk from the slide.
Is it much clearer?
Yes, ma'am, much.
Okay. I just want to know how much this would be to the average citizen. You know,
so Ed put up the slide, and what we did was compare the rates based on our current rates, and then we did a sample bill using the proposed rates. And when we have the same usage for electric, water, and sewer based on the rate of we're recommending, this customer will see an increase of $23.20 a month.
That's for all 3 increases.
Yes, sir.
all the
And do you
increase.
know what month that you did that, the sample of? Was it a high summer month or was it a spring month or?
Hugh,
It,
the average usage you provided, what month was that for?
it was just for all year, average for all year. Yeah.
For the whole year, that was the average? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let me go back to my recommendations.
Thank you.
But I
Yes,
think
sir.
she used a summer rate in that comparison.
So a 25% rate electric increase, 5% a month was what we assumed. Water and sewer rate increase of 5% is extra $434,000. And that money is to stay in the water and sewer fund. This increase for the electric, staying in the electric. Sanitation, 10%, that's staying in sanitation. The Arena and Convention Center monitor revenues and expenses close each month in light of COVID and reduce expenses. Hotel motel taxes, just monitor it close and watch it, make adjustments if it starts coming in less than what we got budgeted. And then pursue new revenue opportunities. Share of Fulton County CARES Act money. Mayor, I put that in there for you.
Thank you.
Developer partner for 6 West. I put that in for you, Councilman Gay.
Thank you.
Sale of city assets, if beneficial, already working on that right now. Instructions from Terrence. Let's look at redevelopment. BIDA needs cash. We're gonna sell land. Artie's working on that right there. We got the dedicated. So here are 2 other revenue items we want you to consider as addition to the utilities that you got. We've talked about it, and we would dedicate these to BIDA. Is a hotel motel special tax district. It's at 14.5 mils now. We ask you to go to 20. We would amend the budget and it would bring in 725,000. And then we take the special tax district around the GICC. It currently brings in 149,000. We would take it from 7.5 mils to 20 mils and it'd bring in an extra 250,000. And so this would give almost $1 million of new revenue to BIDA. And so Althea did it in such a way that y'all understand it in your budget terms. And so the 21 proposed budget for sanitation was $2,308,000. If y'all agreed to the rate increase of 10%, it would add $288,000 and you'd have a new budget for revenues of $2,596,000. For water and sewer, it's $8,592,000 in the current budget that y'all had before you. If you agreed to the rate increase, it'd become $9,026,000. And the electric, you'd already agreed to a 20% rate increase. It's 25% phased in, 5% a month to December. We're bringing an extra $789,000. That'll be the new number. And if everything's perfect, maybe you can reduce the debt to the general fund by about $1 million for the 21 year. That'd be what the goal would be. And then over here, the budget amendments, the Newton special district tax, it had a budget of $121,000. You would increase the millage rate, it would be $250,000. So the new budget would be $371,000. The hotel motel tax would be $10,999,000. You'd have the special tax district, $725,000 added to it. And we would use it to reduce the hotel motel tax revenue. And then BIDA is $8,700,000. We have $975,000 of transfers in. We'd reduce the amount of land sales where y'all sold the $4.2 million in land sales. Now it'd be 3.2. Not quite, but that's easy enough for math. Mayor, that's it.
Does anyone have any questions? I know we've been asking questions throughout, but
Yeah, the only question I have, Mayor, on that last slide, help me again, Ed, the hotel motel tax. we're eliminating, is that we're eliminating the loss? Is that with the 725,000?
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. So we are doing a public hearing. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to comment, the way to do that is join us via Zoom. And you can do that by either looking at the agenda or there is a link online. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So at this time, I will declare the public hearing open. And if you are on the Zoom meeting, just go ahead and click raise hand, and we will acknowledge you and give you an opportunity to speak. And Mr. Hicks is going to have to manage that.
Yes, I just, that was a Ruth Muhammad just raised their hand, and I lowered their hand, so I assume they're first.
Okay. All right. Ms. Muhammad.
Yeah, this is Mr. Muhammad. Thank you very much. I would like to first of all start up in the most holy name of God, the beneficent, the most merciful. I bear witness that there is no God but the originator of the heavens and the earth. And we thank him for all his prophets and messengers. And we thank him for his divine intervention in our affairs as Black people here in America, and raising up the most honorable Elijah Muhammad as a warner and as a guide for the nations of the world. And we thank Allah God for his representative, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan, could continue that warning and guidance. I'd like to greet you all in the greeting words of peace in the Arabic language of Assalamu alaikum, which means may God's peace be upon you. I want to thank you all for the report that you have given. I want to thank my Ward 4 City Council Representative Roderick Gay for the good that he does, and all of you, whatever good that you do to try to lift this city out of this debt. And debt is slavery. And we know that these are hard times of COVID-19 for everyone. And it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, that the only solution or the major solution is to tax the people. The 25% rate increase in, I think it's electric, I believe. It's a big increase. And when you see that the people of your municipality, most are now plummeted into poverty, and you're taxing the people. And we have to keep in mind that taxation without representation is tyranny. And I believe that the problem is that you're not addressing, from my humble vantage point, is that if you don't think about the poor, then you'll never come out of this debt. And I want you to talk to your pastors, because you swore in with your hand on the Bible, but I don't hear the guidance from the book being mentioned. And I have been coming before the council and mayor for many years. We don't have the money, but $300,000 was taken from the treasury and didn't even know it. They didn't even know the money was missing. But if you thought about the poor, and if you would have took that money and lifted them, they'll joyfully be willing to make a sacrifice. But how can you expect us to want to make a sacrifice when we look at the agenda every year, and the poor Blacks in particular, poor whites, the veterans, There's no agenda for them. And I have been trying to offer my help, but maybe because I'm a Muslim, because you sure don't have a Muslim saying the prayer at the city council, but you got Muslims in the city of College Park. You have Jews. We have to start reflecting the diversity of this city in our decision making. And I'm saying this out of love. I'm not trying to criticize nobody because I'm here paying my taxes. I'm here paying this high electric bill because it is high. And now you want to increase it? So I think that you need to really have a town hall meeting and be transparent, because I thank God that you all found the $300,000 that was robbed from the citizens of College Park. But imagine if you make a sacrifice. You make a sacrifice in saying, hey, look, let's listen to the people, because you are supposed to represent us anyway. Let's see, because it seems like it's about big business. But the poor man in the mud, COVID-19, we're all suffering. You see the civil unrest, and Councilman Clay talk about terrorism, you know, and we want to actually consider that not being excluded from the insurance policy. But we've been terrorized as Black people since we've been among you. And so we have to look at how we are being terrorized by poverty. And let's think about how we can aid the poor. And I want you to just take this, and this is from the depth of my heart, from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28. That's the problem. I've listened to the whole presentation. God already said, blessed will be your basket. Blessed will be your city if you do and follow the commandments of God. And I humbly say, I grew up here. I went to Brookview Elementary. I went to North Clayton Middle School. Most of you are not from here like I am. I know this city by God's grace. I went to Lakeshore. I went to MD Collins. And I don't even see the mayor and the representatives really thinking about the people. And Mayor Broom, I don't know you. You just popped up out of nowhere. I don't know you, but I'm getting to know you. And I pray to God. I pray to God you sit down even with people you don't agree with. Because that's the time that we in. We got to stop having this cronyism relationship, people who agree with us. I love Councilman Gay. He's my brother. Yeah, I mentioned some concerns we had about what happened here at my home, but I support the good that he does. And I support the good what all of you do. Sit down with me. Sit down with others. And let's see how we can solve this problem together. And if you think about the people, they'll be willing to sacrifice. But when you raise these taxes, you're going into their little savings they got. Most people are furloughed. And so you're not thinking realistic when you talk about taxing the people. So in conclusion, I'm glad you mentioned the sanitation workers. It made me think about Dr. King and how he protested to raise the wages. Start with, when you start raising the taxes of the electric and the sanitation, make sure you give them a raise. Make sure you show them you appreciate them by giving them what they deserve, because I agree with you, they do work hard and they have sacrificed their life and put their life on the line for us when we was shelter in place, and we're still semi-shelter in place. They were making that sacrifice. Show them that we appreciate, and the people don't mind doing that for the poor employees, the struggling employees. In the name of God, let us set aside our differences. Let us sit down and let's work out these differences. Because don't worry about the civil unrest, Councilman Clay, about the black people. Now you want to talk about terrorism. We've been going through that already with white America. And so we've been doing it, and you have mentioned that before, about them going into the church and killing 9 black people.
Mr. Mr. Muhammad, I would ask that you keep your comments related to the budget.
Okay, I'm trying to tie it in, but yes, ma'am, I want to respect that.
Thank you.
But I don't want us to, in innuendo, subtly suggest that black people are terrorists. That's what I heard. And what I'm saying, Madam Mayor, is that innuendo suggestion, and you had 85% black, and he never mentioned that when black people were being killed by police.
Okay, Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Muhammad, budget.
And so the budget I'm talking about is that the people will be willing to sacrifice if you respect the people whom you're supposed to serve. And so I just want us to have a town hall meeting. I wouldn't want us to make a decision right now, because at a time like this, the COVID-19, the civil unrest because of police brutality, people are going through hard times. And you're talking about taxing the people, and the electric and the gas is already high. I've been in the community helping as much as I can. But when we come together and we listen to the people, and when they have their input, because most people are not on this line. The poor, they're not on this line. Let's go to the people. And if we have town hall meetings in each ward, and then bring their voice and what they want. If they want a splash pad, okay, fine. If we can afford it, let's do it, because it's for the family. I don't have a problem with that. I'm in Ward 4. I have children. I think it's a good idea if we can afford it. But let us hear from the people. And so I don't want to take any more of your time. But I do want to say, I appreciate the good that each and every one of you do, from the mayor to the council. But I want to be transparent with you that the poor, it doesn't sound like have a voice in the present government. I'm not saying that's a reality, but that's what it sounds like. So please let us please have a town hall meeting in each ward, and let's hear what the people have to say. It's different because we're in different times. And I don't think if we continue to think about big business, we go read the book of Deuteronomy 28 that you swore in on. It's going to get worse, and God will make this city bankrupt, and none of us will have any, and it will lead to anarchy. And that's where we're headed for. If you don't want anarchy, let's listen to the people. Listen to your citizens. I am a citizen. My family is a citizen. I'm not against you. I'm not against white people. I believe in freedom, justice, and equality for all, regardless of creed, class, or color. But black people need to have a voice. So I just ask you to consider my proposal to you all. Let's start with the poor, as God throughout the whole scripture always starts with the poor and the oppressed. And if you do that, blessed will be your basket. Blessed will be your city. And we'll start seeing an increase when everyone around College Park will see a decrease. I love this city. I chose to move here to College Park. I love this city. I found my wife here. I've had my first child here. So don't think that I don't want to see you successful. If you love the people, you'll find me and my family making a sacrifice. And if you want to tax us, hey, long as we see you representing us, it's all right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate
I
it.
apologize if I offended anyone, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor. And,
Nope, I don't think so. I think you're good. I appreciate it. Appreciate your comments, and we will move forward with the remainder of anyone else who wishes to speak. I think Ms. Sheffield wanted to speak. She said she had her hand up prior to the presentation. So if we can unmute her.
Okay, she's unmuted.
Ms. Sheffield? Ms. Sheffield, can you hear us? Do you need to move her over as a panelist?
Okay, I just moved her.
Okay. Ms. Sheffield?
Once she moves, I'll look at her mic again.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Sheffield? She's a panelist and she's unmuted.
All right. Let's see, while we're working on those technical issues, if anyone else wishes to speak, you can go ahead and raise your hand and we'll acknowledge you. All right. Ms. Sheffield? I think the issue might be on her end.
Right.
Ms. Sheffield, if you wish, you can put something in the chat box. Yes, we know you're here. We just can't hear you. All right, I'm not sure what's going on with the technical issues there.
She's unmuted and I moved her over as a panelist.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, she will type. Are there any members of council that wish to comment on the information that we've received while Ms. Sheffield's typing? So we'll try to be as efficient as possible with our time.
Not really. I had my questions answered last week, so thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Ed.
I think the only thing I would add is that one of the reasons that taxes have been so low here compared to other communities is the fact that we have had all this revenue from businesses that we run, whether it be the hotels or the convention center or the arena. And that income has supplemented the general fund by about 2/3 effectively. I think that's a number between 1/4 and 2/3, as I recall, that we worked out with Althea. So unfortunately, what has been a very good thing in keeping our taxes low, when that revenue drives up, it drives home the point that we really did have low taxes. So while I realize this is the worst time to talk about increases in utilities or taxes or what have you, it's because we become very dependent on other sources of revenue.
Okay. Ms. Sheffield is saying, first of all, she greatly appreciates the attention paid to the details. Her concerns are that College Park has serious poverty issues.
Ms. Sheffield, would you like to try your mic again? It's not working.
Okay. Councilman Gay, Councilman Taylor?
Yeah.
Do either one of you wanted to add anything while we're waiting on Ms. Sheffield to type?
But thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just would like to say that Ed Walls and Terrence and Althea did a great job in explaining that budget to us. It was refreshing to get that transparency. One of the things I would like for us to consider before we consider raising utility rates is cost.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Ms. Sheffield. No,
Oh, go, Councilman Gay, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
In case she have difficult, let her go.
Okay, all right.
sorry to have interrupted Councilman Gay. I just got it working, and so I wasn't sure. The point that I wanted to make is that through working with the Partnership for Southern Equity and a recent rate increase that Georgia Power had several months ago that they were proposing, I learned a lot about the impact that even a minor raise in power rate, the impact that that has on a large percentage of the community. So whereas $25, if you make 100,000 or 40,000 or 50,000 may not be a big deal, if you are barely getting along with retirement or with what the government gives you or disability or those things, that money simply isn't there. And so I think that it is going to be, that's going to be a concern. Also, I have been working with a few funders in the city of Atlanta, and the money coming from the federal government that flows through Fulton County. We have very few opportunities for money to come south of I-20 because the capacity simply isn't there with our nonprofits. Oak Hill is not Oak Hill, Zion Hill is the only agency that is able to been able to get funding, and so that's a reality that we're having to deal with. So there is virtually nowhere to turn for those people, unless they're up. I mean, it's something that I am working on every day. I agree that our rates are lower than other people. I agree that our tax bills are lower than other people. So I think that the arguments are the examples or the fulfillment of questions is fair and is real. But that's only if we don't think about the people who are making less than livable wages. A $10 an hour worker that lives in a house or an apartment that they can't afford is not going to be able to pay an extra $25 because it's simply not in there. And so that is one of the concerns that I have. I think that I see that the need is there. I even support the effort to reduce spending as much as possible, but we have to figure out some solutions for those people that simply are not going to be able to pay the bill. And so I don't want it to be a big surprise when an 85-year-old resident of any ward can't pay her bill, or where there is, or right now, a lot of people haven't gone back to work and they're not going to suddenly have money to pay the bill. Now, we can't continue on having the debt go up either. So we're kind of in a very difficult situation. And I just want to say it's more complicated than just looking at numbers, because of the level of poverty, because of the low salaries in the jobs that are in this area. I mean, hotel workers are not. I mean, there may be people making a sizable amount of money, but the majority of them don't. As same as restaurants and other things. So I don't know what the solution is. I know that it is a problem that has been researched extensively by other people. I actually applied for a grant based on helping people with their utilities a few weeks ago when somebody asked me if I would be willing, because there was more of a need on the south side. I'm waiting for the word on that, but even that's a small amount of money. So I just think that along with the fact that we're going to have to do it, we have to really look at ways to bridge that gap for the people that will not be able to do it. Also, we're right on the cusp of a lot of evictions fixing to happen. And I'm a big believer that policy is the way that you address a lot of problems. And so, and I, like, for example, I appreciate the mayor bringing up affordable housing conversations. I appreciate looking at things to make sure that everyone has an ability to live. And it is it's something that I think that we can't just say do. I think we need to figure out some solutions for the people, because they're simply not going to be able to do it. And we don't want, legacy residents losing their homes because they can't pay the tax. We don't want, people to have to leave the city simply because they can't have any, and they can't live in the house without electricity or heat. But the thing is, we've had people doing that. And so right now, I just think that it's a little bit, there are some complicating factors that come in with the actual implementation of some of the things. And as a city, we need to be looking at the ways to address some of those things, the ways to move forward, because in our census, we are, we have to make sure that we count everybody, because so many dollars are tied right to that. We know through other funding that has come down, that I really admire the mayor for fighting for. A lot of times the poor children in South Fulton are being used. The money is not coming to them. It's going to other areas. And so while I think, there are, but I think,
there we go.
I think we
Go
have
ahead.
to do something to move forward in making that happen.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilman Gay, did you want to finish your thought?
Well, the only thing I would like to say is I think we have a good group of leaders, and thank God we have you guys in place to figure this out. But I think we need to also have a conversation as a form of a workshop about other cost savings that was not mentioned by Ed Walls. And one of the things that stick out to me, and has even before COVID, is contracts. Contracts account for a large portion of our expense. And there are ways to work to lower those costs, and that can help us out as well.
Okay. All right.
I
Thank
would
you.
like to mention real quick, if I can, that just thanks to Councilman Gay, Councilman Taylor, and the other folks that were on the city before the mayor and I got in. A lot of you all cut things close, made us save, and we do have some reserve. If we didn't have the reserve, who knows what we would be doing right now. So
Yeah.
thanks, Councilman Gay. Thanks, Councilman Clay. We appreciate it very much. Councilman Taylor.
All right. Anything else to add? Does anyone else have a comment they wish to add? You can raise your hand and we will unmute you. It does not appear, however, that anyone else has anything to say. Mr. Hicks, do you see anyone else?
No, Madam Mayor, I don't. I'm looking right now and I don't see anybody else.
All right. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make one comment. I wanted to make it when Mary was speaking that she's our key spokesperson for the census. And we still are low, way low compared to other cities, compared to affluent cities on the north side. If you
Compared
look
to
at
every other city in Fulton County.
Yeah. So we who are, as has been pointed out, we who have a lot of people that are very close to living day to day on the margin, that we could justify getting more funds from the federal government. We can't get people to register for the census. So I hope that everyone who is in the city, especially people who are having a tough time making ends meet, that they will make sure that they are registered for the census, because that's another source of revenue that isn't going to cost us anything except filling out a form.
And just to piggyback on that, all the decision makers who are trying to figure out where the CARES Act money goes, they're looking at per capita distributions in cities, counties, and other areas around the country. So they are literally looking at how many people live in each place, and they are allotting a dollar amount to each person. So when we do not stand up to be counted, we literally miss out on money. And they are using the numbers from the prior census and they extrapolate for the 10 years in between. But they're basing that off of our 2010 count in terms of how much money we'll get as a city now. It is so important, and it only takes 2 minutes. Please do it. It really does mean the difference between the decisions that we're making in this budget versus how we'll be able to support some of the folks in our city. So I'm off my census soapbox, but it really does drive a lot of the ways that we are informed financially as a city. So,
Could I say
anyone-
something about the census?
is it about the budget?
It's about the budget and it's about just the fact that if it's helpful, and I don't know if it is, but we can give you the actual streets because we know down to the streets where we're lacking.
Right, that's census, not budget.
Okay, well,
but
when we
we've
get
got
to that,
information.
okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. So anyone else have anything to add? Anyone else to wish to add public comment or add to the public hearing? Okay, I'm declaring the public hearing closed. All right. So item 7B is another public hearing, is it not? Ms. Moore?
Public hearing for approval of the budget.
Yes.
Shavela?
This is to adopt, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Ms. Moore, I need your, there we go. Thank you very much. I'm working on 2 screens here, and so I see the agenda packet on the other screen, so appreciate it. All right. So, wait a minute. 7, can you reverse for one moment? Go back 1 slide. Oh, that's stuck in there. Okay. So it's another public hearing to.
The first public hearing is to adopt the budget. The second public hearing is to adopt the resolution. So with the
7B is to adopt the budget.
The resolution.
It's okay.
The budget resolution, correct.
Okay.
We have 2 separate public hearings, one for the actual budget and one for the resolution. We did it separately.
Okay. All right. So at this time, I will declare the public hearing open to adopt the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget resolution.
And Mayor, may I add that the current budget resolution does not include the changes Ed Wall had in his PowerPoint. If you would, if the council would like us to add the changes based on Ed's PowerPoint, we would do so here. So basically, we would be amending the budget resolution currently presented before you.
So thoughts about that, gentlemen?
That's just not nearly enough information tonight of public input to adopt all of Ed Wall's recommendations. There were quite a few. I just think if we adopted the budget, we always have the power to amend it or do other things going forward.
Anyone else?
I think that, don't we normally, city manager, don't we normally have to adopt the budget before June 30th?
Absolutely, and that's the basis of this presentation. And that's why all of us worked as diligently as we did to cover the basis and offer recommendations definitively. So given where we are, those are the recommendations, and this is the appropriate time to do so. Yes.
And then it could be possibly changed later.
Sure, of course. If conditions improve in that, you can always make adjustments downward. Of course, absolutely. And that was part of the education process we've been involved in the last couple months now, including the proposed budget workshops we've had, not to mention the last couple of weeks. So that capability absolutely does exist, ladies and gentlemen. Nevertheless, the recommendations stand. And as Thea just talked about, the resolution noted is based on what was initially presented. Of course, this is a moving target, and therefore the ancillary recommendations that's being articulated this evening are part of the recommendation coming from both the Office of the City Manager and the Department of Finance and Accounting.
I'm not clear. I'm confused. Are you suggesting that I'm agreeing that we have to balance the budget and adopt it by law? I get that, but are you suggesting that all of the recommendations, increasing the utility rate by 25%, the millage rate, selling Airport City, are you suggesting that we adopt all those financial decisions now, or just adopt the budget?
Those are recommendations incorporated into the proposed budget consideration.
Hold on one second. Not all of those are
No.
not all of those are.
You're not talking about us voting a check to do the millage, the add 25% to the utility and millage rate and all that. That would change the budget. Then you need to come back and do a new budget. Those are
No, this is the time to do it. That's what I was saying. As far as if the council agrees to the 25% increase, I would amend the budget based on that increase. The 10% to sanitation, the 5% to water and sewer, that can be done at this time. I presented the budget based on what was approved by the council before. If the recommendations as far as rate adjustments are also approved, then I will amend the budget based on the numbers that were presented in the PowerPoint.
And that's what we would be approving.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe there's five recommendations.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, let me clarify. We are not, as if we were to approve those recommendations, we are not increasing the residential tax, property tax millage rate as part of that.
No, sir.
That is not in there.
No, sir.
And we are not increasing the electric bill by 25% in one swoop.
Correct.
It is a phased improvement, which will finally end up when we're back to winter rates, if I count right.
Correct.
It's 5% a month for 5 months.
Correct.
June, July, August, September, October. So when that full increase is implemented, we should be back to winter rates, I believe.
That's true.
That's the direction.
It's June, July, August, November.
September, October.
November, December.
I don't, we have gotten some good news, for example, from Mercedes with regard to the convention center, that we possibly have some events starting up maybe sooner than we have. So we may be able to do exactly what was mentioned a minute ago. We may be able to modify the budget and back off on some of this. And we have, and I can say we won't hit the, if we don't do this, we are going to have to do something to balance the budget, or we're going to have to cut services and lay off people. And we can do that, but that makes just more people who are poor, who live in the city, that are out of a job.
Councilman Gay?
I have a mathematical question, and Terrence, you are the math genius. We've already made recommendations to the budget. The numbers are balanced. If you were to consider increasing rates, you need to go back and do a new budget, because that's going to give additional savings, even if we were to do that. That makes sense?
No, wait, no, let me clarify. So as the exercise we've engaged with finance and accounting, Edwall, financial advisor, et cetera, we've gone pretty far in terms of expenditure adjustments. We've made over $15 million in expenditure adjustments downward. The basis of the follow-up considerations are on the revenue side. So we're basically working to enhance revenues, bring that environment whole, separate and distinct from expenditures. That's the big difference here. So the policy recommendations, the 5 specifically that were outlined for this evening, are for the revenue side. In terms of expenditures, there aren't any adjustments to be made as a result of this consideration.
Say you did a 25% utility increase and we got $1 million. You don't have that $1 million in the budget we're approving.
No, it's a revenue adjustment, sir. It'll be an increase to revenues and we'll make some adjustments from there.
Then I'd rather make those adjustments without and approve the budget without the recommendations. If you can make the adjustments later, you don't have to adopt those recommendations tonight. And I don't think the public is prepared for a 25% increase. It just, or 25, 15 or whatever. I don't think that's what I was expecting to adopt the budget.
Hey, Hugh, just to clarify, if we don't adjust the rates, we basically can project a $3 million loss, correct? Because the expense went up by $3 million. So
yeah, mainly because of our
exactly
loss of that contract.
So there will be a $3 million loss, which will most likely come from the general fund reserves.
Yeah, I gotta make this comment. If we win that case, we can back off the power cost adjustment.
In other words, rates can be reduced if that case is won, correct?
Right.
There you go.
Why don't we cross that bridge when we get to it, except raising the rates tonight?
Well, I mean, hold on.
Right now,
at right now, we are at the bridge.
We are.
Like, we have to pay for it.
We have $3 million. We're facing that right at this moment, and that's why timing is of the essence, unfortunately.
I guess I'm confused. The budget numbers are there. They're balanced. Before Ed Wall spoke, we have a balanced budget. None of those adjustments were in that budget, sir. Those were recommendations that are not reflective in the revenue numbers. Then
no.
Wait, hold on. Stop. Hold on 1 second. Let Councilman Gay finish his question.
Finished, man. Councilman Clay, come on and jam in.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. It is the expenses and the revenue are balanced, but you're pulling money out of assets. You're pulling money out of the cash balance, the carry forward. That's how you're balancing it. So take a household. It costs you so much to live a year, right? And you make so much salary working at whatever job you're working at. But if you're not making enough money to cover your expenses, you start taking it out of your savings account. Well, our cash balance is our savings account. So we're drawing down our savings account and we don't have a whole heck of a lot left. And I think if the comment was made, we had about, what, $10 million in cash?
But COVID didn't do this to us.
It's asking something totally different. Councilman Gay is saying the current budget does not have the 25% increase in its balance, but it does have a 20% increase in the current budget, Councilman Gay, but we're phasing it in. It already has a 20% increase on power cost adjustment, and now we're proposing that additional 5.
Okay,
So
that's a good point. That's
what he's asking. That's what he's getting to. Am I correct?
That's affirmative. When we presented the budget back on June 1st, that was explicit. Even during the workshop meetings, that was explicit. The additional workshop meeting we posted on Wednesday, May 6th, included clarification to that effect publicly. So we're simply talking about an additional 5% adjustment above and beyond what's been incorporated in recommendations going back a number of weeks. So very well said, Theo.
And so, Mrs. Moore, if you could back the agenda item up just 2 slides. Right. Well, back up 1 more. All right, come forward 1. So, Councilman Gay, this is what you're looking for. These are the budget amendments that that Althea has done that amends the budget for these increases like what you're looking for. And this is the paperwork that does the budget amendments you're talking about. And the next slide over does the 2 special tax districts.
And those are your 5 recommendations ancillary.
Yes, sir.
Well, we're talking about implementing both of those, right? That's what's proposed. Both of those slides, is that correct?
I would like you to, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay with the second slide.
If
I'm
you're gonna go
perfectly
back one, I think, or go forward. Yeah, there it is.
But not taxing the residents' utility. That would be, in my opinion, we can avoid that if we just kind of tweak some other areas. I'm okay with the other recommendation. I am.
It's
And so-
already in. It's already in the budget, though, Councilman.
So
So
we
ca-
can approve the budget then.
The only
Yeah.
difference,
You saying 5% tonight, utility increase? Is that 5% or
The
20?
the first under on that slide that is the slide that's up right now. The first bullet point indicates that the proposed budget takes into consideration 20% power cost adjustment. So that was already there.
20%.
So 20%. Largely based on that Sandersville issue. And the fact that this fund has been losing money.
But it didn't lose money because of our taxpayers. It lost money because of our elected officials and other choices we made. The utility customers COVID didn't create this deficit. These are deficits that incurred as I've been on council. COVID making us have to look at this now. And so I don't think it's fair. Well, look, I'm done, but I'm not going, as Tracy Wyatt used to say, I'm not going to vote for it.
well said.
All right. So Councilman Gay, you are clear though that
Yes, 20% increases in this recommendation.
yes, that was already going to be in the budget.
Already in the budget.
Already in the budget. The recommendation for Mr. Wall and Ms. Floyd Bradley and Mr. Moore is to phase in an additional 5%. That will generate another $789,381 in annual revenue. Any other questions?
I'm gonna make a motion to approve the budget with the recommendations without the utility adjustment, and to bring it back without that adjustment for the utility. That's my motion.
I don't understand.
Okay,
When you
so
say
I
without the utility adjustment, is your motion for the budget as proposed?
No, I'm okay with the recommendations that are proposed this evening, with the exception of the utility increase. That's my motion.
So your
When
increase
you
would be
say-
20% instead of 25.
No increase, zero. On
That
the
is not the proposed budget. The
So-
proposed budget put forth a 20% increase.
Yes, ma'am. So what I'm saying is, I'm making a motion that we don't accept the proposed budget until we take out the utility increase and then bring it back.
When you say utility increase, are you just talking about electricity? Because there were increases to water and sewer and trash pickup.
That's a good point, but since they're all part of our bill, I'm speaking of the all three. I just think we can find I think we can find another way to pay to cover that cost. I mean, I can barely pay my utility bill.
Are you okay? Let me ask you this: are you willing? We've made a lot of cuts in the budget so far. Are you willing to lay off staff in order to achieve those economies?
I don't think we have to lay off staff. I think we need to look at contracts. We need to look at some of the decisions that are already planned. Ed talked about selling land at BIDA. We don't know what the Georgia Supreme Court is going to rule on the Sandersville case. I just think there are other revenue ways to without taxing our citizens. That's just my opinion. Ed, how much is that? Just that one item, just that 120% utility. Ed, how much was that? How much was that, Ed?
I think it's about $4 million. Can you back up, Ms. Moore? Can you back up the slides again?
So
The number's actually there.
I think the 25% is 5 million.
No, the
Vote.
20% is 4.8. That's what he's asking. That
A year? A year?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
yeah.
So the 20% is 4,000,008. The extra 5% added 789,000.
we would have to find a way to balance that.
Can we compromise, do half?
Can I comment on that?
Yes.
The problem we have with our budget is 83% is MEAG power. And we can't cut MEAG power. So you've got small dollars to cut beyond that. That's the problem we have.
Like the power budget is about 36 million, 31 million of that is power costs.
Can you, Mrs. Moore, back up one more slide?
It's right there. You can show the electric.
I know. I was gonna show Councilman Gay the average bill.
Okay.
See if it, one more slide, Mrs. Moore. There you go, right there. Councilman Gay, can you see that?
Yes.
So the electric
173 to 195, 196.
Yeah, and look at the electrics going from 80, and this 8721 to 104 is the entire 25% number, but it takes you 6 months to get there.
Got it. I'm only one vote, and I've already expressed my concern, and I think I'm speaking for a good bit of the constituency.
Can you restate your motion, Councilman Gay? So I want to make sure it's clear.
My motion was not to accept the budget recommendation, to bring it back with all the recommendations except the utility increase.
So to adopt the budget minus the utility increases.
Yes, ma'am, which is a real good compromise. We recommended everything else but the utility.
Of the total financial revenue impact, what percentage is the overall utility bill, all the changes, compared to the other recommendations? In other words, if we strip out the utility increases, which is what Councilman Gay is suggesting, what portion of the total is that? Is it 50%, 10%, 180%, whatever?
I'm confused. You said what percentage is the total of amendments we're recommending?
If we make all the changes that Ed Wall recommended, that adds up to X million dollars in improved revenue, right? Is that correct? It gets us so much more revenue. What percentage of that total revenue goes away if you do what Councilman Gay said?
About 90%, because we're talking about that 4.8 million as well.
And
I'm talking about the whole thing. Take off, if nobody's utility bill went up, including what's baked into the budget now for a 20% electric increase staggered over time, if nobody's utility bill went up, what percentage of the total improved revenue that Ed Wall was recommending goes away?
So to answer the question, Mrs. Moore, can you go forward one slide? So Councilman Clay, the 288,000 goes away for sanitation. The 434,000 goes away for water and sewer. The 789,000 goes away for electric.
Whoa. Isn't the 20% already in there?
It is. So look at the next
it's
bullet.
more than 789.
It's 789
Right.
plus 4.8.
Yes.
Correct. So you add let's 288 and 434 is 700 grand. Another 800 grand is $1.5 million, and 4.8 is 5 million, 6 million 4. So I think we're talking about taking 6 million 4 off the table.
All right. And how much is on the table? So you're taking 6.4 off. How much is the total on the table?
So go to the next slide, Mrs. Moore. Councilman Gay says he's okay with the 250,000 and the 725,000.
And the biter and the 975.
Well, that 975 is that two numbers above it.
All right.
So what percentage is
I don't
that?
see how we do that.
Yeah, what do you?
Bear with me.
Wait, hold on.
Ken,
Wait,
I
okay.
understand.
All right. We've got a lot of people talking at once. All right.
So I got 975 plus 6,400,000 is 975 6,400. So that's the total revenues of 7,000,004. So 6,000,004 divided by 7,000,004 is 86%.
So we're taking 86% of the revenue increase that we were getting to take the strain off the general fund by doing what Councilman Gay was suggesting. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct.
I don't see how we can
I
do
can't
that.
go along with that.
I can't either.
That's not said right. You just said that without raising, you just said that if we raise utility rates by 20%, it's going to increase our revenue by 85%. Is that what you just said?
No, that's not what they said.
No, sir.
No, what he was saying was he added up the total increases that the total net positive in revenue that would result from the absence of the utility rate increases you were suggesting. That's $6.4 million. The total increases in revenues of $7.4 million when you add in the 725 and 250 and the special district tax, that 6.4 is 86% of the revenue.
So the revenue improvements that were getting us out of the hole, so to speak, we would be throwing 86% of them away if we followed that proposal.
It's approximately $6 million we'll get from raising our utility by 20%. Is that correct? We will get a positive $6 million if we raise our tax revenue. Is that what we're saying?
$6.4 million would be the amount that would come from electric, water, and sewer and sanitation.
So we'll get about $6 million increase if we raise the utility rate by 20%. I get that. My question is, if we don't raise the utility rate by 20%, are you saying we have a $6 million shortfall or balance in the budget? Is that what you're saying? We can't balance the budget by $6 million if we don't do this? Ed? Adele?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying, right?
Essentially, we'd have to go into the reserves of the general fund, right?
Exactly.
Right. That's correct, ma'am.
Which are about $10 million.
Which
So
we
that
do
would,
not recommend.
which would leave us with about $3.5 million.
A little less than $4 million. Yes. Thus, we do not recommend you do that.
It's unfortunate, Councilman Gay, but you need that electric rate increase something fierce.
The challenge that we also have is, frankly, with the level of debt that we are carrying, it's very important to make sure that we're paying that debt, and that all of our debt. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ed, is ultimately insured by the full faith and credit of the city. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. If you don't pay it, by these other cats and dogs, I call it, you'd have to levy a property tax to pay it.
And that's the last thing we want to do.
Yeah, I don't want to raise property tax.
You can't control property tax, but you can control utility usage. You can, as painful as it is, raise the temperature 2 degrees on your thermostat during the summer. There are things you can use less water. I've been experimenting using less water, and I've been able to save a kilogallon. So there are things you can do, but you can't control property taxes. Property taxes are what they are.
Or you can't, we'll have to lay people off.
Or we lay people off, which
I don't think we have to lay people off. I think we need to control our costs in other areas. There are people, so that I don't think we have to lay people off. I think we need to control our costs in some other areas. I mean, I was reading an article today. Do we even really need all of the stuff that we're buying? It sounds like we need it, but I think we need to reevaluate our expense. It's not just laying people off, guys.
Well, I mean, and that's happening as well.
That's what we've been doing.
Ms. Flor Bradley is getting key department heads together and looking at how we're spending and attempting to make adjustments on that end as well.
And I have a written description outlining specific expectations in that regard in this week's report. So after the adoption of the budget, hopefully we'll have that this evening. That will be the next step of our process, ladies and gentlemen, going forward.
I think the challenge is that there were some decisions made that have lessened the liquidity that the city enjoys. And if we are going to be good fiscal stewards, we have to make hard choices.
Yes, we do.
And I might add that the whole country is a couple months poorer on average. We haven't been producing anything. People have been sitting at home instead of packing meat. People have been sitting home instead of doing other functions. Production has gone to pot. So it shouldn't be a surprise that we're all a lot worse than we were a few months ago.
Okay, I'm on board. I'm gonna change my motion, man, that we adopt the recommendations. We adopt the budget with the recommendations.
With the 5
Second.
recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. All
I'll
right.
second that.
All right. That's Councilman Clay making a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen. The budget is adopted. 7C is consideration of an action on a request to set a public hearing to consider the rezoning of 6 West, formerly known as Airport City, to the PD Planned Development Zoning District.
I move to approve.
That's a public hearing, is it not?
Oh, setting the public hearing.
Oh, to set a public hearing. Thank you so much.
It's setting a public hearing.
Yes, that is the key word in that entire sentence. Because yes, another one. I was gearing up for it, but set is the operative word. Thank you. Okay, so is there a second?
I second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen. We are moving on to annual contracts. I'm going to ask if there are any particular ones, and I believe, is there an 8K or is city attorney the last one? Okay, no. All right, so
Do all but city attorney.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah.
I was going to say, does anyone take issue with doing 8A through 8I as essentially as a consent agenda, that we would adopt them all at the same time?
That was going to be my exact suggestion. I totally agree.
Any objection on that?
No.
All right. So is there a motion to approve contracts 8A through 8I, that being the city judge, a city pro temp, city solicitors, part-time city solicitor, public defender, city planner, city photographer, city stenographer, and vehicle maintenance services.
So
I'll
moved.
make that. Okay.
You know what, Councilman Allen, I'm going to give it to you. You rarely start a motion. So Councilman Allen, and I'll assume that Councilman Gay seconds that. Is that true? Yes. Councilman Gay, second?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. So, and then we have 8J, the city attorney.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Moore, is there an update on that, or is it the?
I do. If I may, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry, Mr. Moore. Give me one moment.
Yes,
Councilman
ma'am.
Gay made a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Well, I don't know what we're approving.
I'll discuss it.
No, we were approving this contract. No, is that not what we're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was a proposal for.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, then I retract. I thought we were just. Okay, I remember.
All right. All right. Let's give Mr. Moore the floor, and then we'll take a motion. Go ahead.
So going back over the past couple of weeks plus, Winston Denmark, representing the firm of Fincher Denmark, discussed the prospect of a flat fee proposal, which is unlike previous arrangements having been in place relative to general legal services for the city of College Park. What is being negotiated based on that particular consideration is a $37,000 a month flat fee arrangement. And that comes out to be $444,000 a year, ladies and gentlemen. $37,000 multiplied by 12 months, $444,000. This is appropriate or relevant because this represents a $70,000 decrease in what is typically budgeted for general legal services. So typically over the last, pretty much every year I've been on board, we start out with a proposed budget of $514,000 for general legal services. And the interest in considering this flat fee proposal was to do what we can to reduce that dollar amount by $70,000 was the mathematical outcome. With that, that is the proposal being considered. And again, it was initially a little bit higher than that, but I did go back and visit with Mr. Denmark last week to discuss some further considerations to reduce the expense. And that is what is being presented this evening for your review and consideration.
That's
All
why
right.
I asked the question.
Okay. So is there a motion at this time? Or any questions?
If Councilman Gay are you going to move to approve it?
I move to approve.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That is unanimous. All right. We're moving on to item number 9A. All right. It is consideration of property and casualty insurance renewal.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I have Preston Brooks, who's represented by Apex, to answer any questions you may have on property and casualty renewal. Preston, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. So if you'd like me to just go through a brief summary of this year's renewal before questions, you just let me know how you'd like me to present everything. I'm not sure what was discussed at the earlier work session, but
We'll just answer any questions that Mayor and Council may have, Preston.
Okay.
All right. Any questions?
Well, I got all my questions answered previously, and I'm good.
All right.
The only thing, Mayor, I wanted to mention was that considering, and this goes back again to the comment on the lupus march, that there is an unclear area in the policy as to whether we would be covered for events that might occur similar to what has happened in Atlanta. And say that it happened at the convention center, or say that it happened at the arena, or one of the city buildings, City Hall. So my only question in that regard, I got an answer to it, that it's unclear. Is there any way we can make it clear? Is there any way we can add a rider that says absolutely positively, no matter what, we're covered?
Well, I actually had a great conversation with Liberty Mutual after that question was posed. I answered it to the best of my ability, and I just kind of prompted Liberty Mutual to have a discussion with me, because I'm sure other neighboring cities and counties in your area that we insure are going to have similar questions. And I actually got a little more of a finite answer. That's the current policy that Liberty Mutual writes for the city of College Park. There's no exclusionary language in terms of riots and protests. So as it sits right now, there actually is coverage for any damage that should ensue from a riot and protest. But while there's no exclusion, every violent event and every claim is reviewed on a case-by-case basis.
Sure.
So it's subject to review by a judge, obviously. So it would be reckless to say there's coverage that's automatic, but also, on the contrary, it would be ill-advised to say that it wouldn't apply. So it really is case-by-case. But the good news is there's no exclusionary verbiage in the policy that specifically excludes it. So
excellent.
And also, we don't have the ability to declare something an act of terrorism.
Exactly. So basically, the question was posed about terrorism, and if the city purchases it, which we always make the recommendation that the city accepts TRIA. But right now, it really would take a ruling of a judge, but the immediate effect would be the general policy itself versus terrorism. So that would have to go on up the chain to a higher level, almost federal court, for it to be ruled that. But again, that's very seldom that actually applies.
Okay, that's good news.
Also, Councilman Clay, for any events we have at the convention center and the arena, if it's in the exhibit hall, they have to purchase $1 million umbrella policy with the city of College Park and GICC's name on it.
Which presumably covers events like I was concerned about.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Hearing none. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right. Councilman Allen seconds. All those in favor of approval of the property and casualty insurance renewal?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. That's unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Item 9B. Consideration of an action on bids received for the annual power line right-of-way tree trimming contractor. Mr. Richardson?
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is our annual right-of-way contractor, and we are changing cutting these from Trees Unlimited to W.A. Kendall, the lowest bid, which was put together by Electric Cities of Georgia for about 30-something cities. So that's our recommendation. I have a notation in this that our budget would only cover this crew for 9 months. So after that, we'll have to let them go. But that's what we're doing on this upcoming budget. So.
Okay, I'll move to approve.
All right. Is there a second? I'm sorry. Okay. Councilman Allen, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. That's unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen. Item 9C, consideration of an action on bids received for the annual power line construction contractor. Mr. Richardson, looks like you again.
Yes, this is our construction contractor for our major projects, and we only had 2 bids, and we kept ProSource as far as the lowest bid. We recommend going forward with them.
All right, we've got the lowest bid. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, Councilman Taylor, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, okay. We're all in favor then. Thank you, gentlemen. That is unanimous. Item 9D, consideration of an action on a request for approval to proceed with the installation of new carpeting for the International Ballroom at the Georgia International Convention Center. Ms. Miller.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On this year's budget, Councilman Wyatt gave me his SPLOST money. We took the SPLOST money and purchased the carpet. So the carpet is actually at the building now. And this is the company that they recommend to install it because of the type of carpet that it is.
Who is they?
The Ulster people. It's a company out of Ireland that makes carpet.
Because the Georgia International Convention Center has one of, if not the largest non-continuing pattern of carpet in the world. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, is correct.
All right. So we've got to keep that going. Any
I'm gonna
questions?
move to approve.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Councilman Taylor, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. It's unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen. Item 10. Oh, no. Gosh, I thought I was done with 9. All right, 9E, consideration of an action on a request for approval to renew Amadeus HRM subscription, the licensure provider that enables GICC sales and operations department users to access the Delphi meeting software. Amadeus also provides storage for the data, Ms. Miller.
Exactly. This is actually our storage for where we check space and where we hold space. So this is just our licensing software that we have to pay.
All right, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, thank you, gentlemen. 9F is consideration of an action on a request for approval of a 1-year contract extension for AV services at the GICC.
Last year we did an RFQ for audio-visual services. So we usually do an RFQ every other year. So I'm recommending a extension of the contract that we have with on-site.
I move to approve.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
9G. Thank you, Ms. Miller. 9G, considerations regarding the prioritization of community development block grant funds as approved by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Mr.
I'll
Moore,
take
is that you or?
I'll
I'm
take
sorry. Both of you are volunteering to take it.
I'm
So,
sorry, Mayor. Go ahead, please. Jackson, are you there?
I think it was Councilman Gay saying he would take it.
I'll take this. Okay, so this is a consideration regarding prioritizing the community development block grant. We've already approved several projects. They were as follows: the demolition of Catherine Mitchell School, a community splash pad at Charles Phillips Park, playground equipment at Charles Phillips Park, improvement at the golf course. That we've approved those projects, but in March, the Fulton County notified us that they can't fund but one project. So they asked us to put the projects in a priority. That actually didn't come back to Mayor and Council for consideration. So it was sent back with the demolition of Catherine Mitchell School as priority 1 and the splash pad as priority 2. I was not aware of that. I was just simply trying to find the city's contribution portion that the grant requires, when I learned that the Catherine Mitchell School had been voted on by Fulton County Board of Commissioners. And we then met and sat down and talked. And what came out of that conversation is that we can resubmit the projects for Fulton County as long as Mayor and Council approve it. The county has no problem. The reason why I'm asking for us to approve to resubmit the project to the splash pad and not Catherine Mitchell School is for 3 reasons. 1, the splash pad, I believe, would service a good amount of people as an amenity for the community, improve quality of life, and increase play. The second reason is because the community development block grant typically don't fund demolition projects unless there is a shovel-ready project that will start and that demolition is in the way of that project. That's just simply not the case with the Catherine Mitchell School. So I'm asking tonight that I make a motion that we resubmit the splash pad project to Fulton County Development Block Grant. And also, there's a $200 difference in cost. The splash pad is $200,000 less than the Catherine Mitchell project, which is approximately $700,000. And the splash pad was approximately $400,000.
All right, Mr. Moore, did you have something to add?
The one other cogent piece of commentary I'd like to offer is the concerns relative to expenses. I bring this up transparently because a number of you had asked me about this. Michelle Johnson is in position to offer specifics, but the best way to define or answer the question relative to operational costs is to think about a swimming pool. So chemicals, operations, water, and that would go into a splash pad environment. So just think about this as an additional small swimming pool, not as large as our municipal pools we currently have in place, but that level of care and attention would be required in that regard. So that would be a consideration, but really more than anything, my interest was to answer that question publicly because pretty much the remainder of you all had asked me about that, and I just thought I'd make that clear. So Michelle Johnson is in position to address any specifics, but that's really the best way to answer the question relative to operational expenses.
Where do we get our portion that we pay? Where does that come from? Where are we taking that from?
The operational expense?
No, I think Councilman
match.
Allen's asking about our matching
For all of
portion
it.
because we would have to match the funds on that. So where is that going to come from?
So let me, that's a fair question, actually. And we discussed that. So here's how that can work. If the demolition project, first and foremost, it's just not an eligible project. But even if it was, the match is over $200,000 because it's approximately $700,000 to tear down Kathleen Mitchell School. The splash pad is approximately $498,000. What I've learned is that the community development block grant does not have a 25% match. The language in the grant simply says that the city has to contribute to the expense. It has never said a 25% match. That contribution can come in different forms. It doesn't even have to come in a cash that the city will have to outlay. I'll give you an example. Let's say that we wanted to do a phase 2. Let's say we want to do a walking path around the splash pad, year 2, benches, lights, etc. That can be an additional expense that we typically have a goal to do next year. The program doesn't deny us from doing that as long as at some point we add value to the project. It is not a cash match.
Well, I would support it if there's no cash match required from us. If it's all grant money, if it's totally grant money, I could support that.
That has not been my understanding of the CDBG
That's not been my
program.
understanding either.
And it has not been my understanding since I've been on council. But that's my understanding now. And if that's not the correct understanding, then this point is moot. But that is my clear understanding.
Well, I know that when we had the improvements at the Badgett Field, that there was a match required for that, and that was CDBG money, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. It was.
Well, I'm not saying that we've never paid a match. I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying that my understanding with the program is that match can come more than just a financial contribution of 25%. The second thing I'll submit to you is that the Kathleen Mitchell project has been voted on by Fulton County Board of Commissioners. We will be paying $200,000 match to tear down a school. The splash pad, even if what I'm saying was incorrect, that's $100,000 versus $200,000. Based on the budget, it doesn't appear we have the money for either project on the city's match.
I would agree with that. I would honestly agree with that. And
maybe we shouldn't be accepting it.
I will say though that we did discuss the priorities at the meeting on the April 6, 2020 meeting.
Yes, we did.
And Jackson said there were no priorities when you made that question. He said,
Councilman Gay asked, is this a priority list or are they all getting equal standing? Special Projects Administrator Jackson Myers said Fulton County was asking us to come up with a priority. Kathleen Mitchell is a longstanding issue. So I asked if we had it in priority order. I recall that, and I'm looking for the line.
You're correct,
Yes,
Mayor.
I asked, these are in order of priority, is that correct? And Mr. Meyer said yes.
Hey.
So when we voted on them, we knew that Kathleen Mitchell was the priority that we were picking.
No, that's not right. That's clearly, now listen, that's not right.
I'm just reading the minutes.
Okay, Jackson submitted to Fulton County 4 projects. He submitted 4 projects, whether he submitted them in priority or not. Mayor and council 2-0 vote voted to accept all 4 of those projects. Fulton County sent an email to Jackson saying, hey, we cannot fund all 4 of your projects.
This year.
And
that's my understanding that it's this year that we still have an opportunity.
No, we don't. Listen. Jackson made us to believe that was going to be in the 2020 or 19 CDB allocation. That is not the case. Those were reappropriation dollars as a result of cities not doing their projects. That was what that budget was. We put those 4 projects in that budget. When they got all those projects from all those cities, they said, listen, we can't fund all these great projects. So then they sent an email on March 28th back to Jackson. He didn't bring it to mayor and council to have the same discussion we have tonight. He made an administrative decision to say to them that Catherine Mitchell is priority 1. All I'm simply saying is we need the splash pad. We do not need to tear down Catherine Mitchell School as a priority. This council can make that decision now. And I'm also saying it's my belief we do not have to come out of pocket with any money. And more importantly, the demolition projects is not eligible unless there is a shovel-ready project that'll go in place. Tearing down Catherine Mitchell does not do that. It only takes down a school that's been there since I lived in College Park for 21 years to be torn down. That can be torn down in the sale of the land like we did the apartments across from BP. When we sold it, the demolition was part of the sale. We don't have to use good grant money that can afford children this great opportunity to tear down a school.
You don't, so Councilman Gay, I'd ask that you.
This last point.
I just keep your voice at a, please.
No, that's the volume. I'm leaning close to the mic. I just sit here and gave in to you guys what is just really not in good conscience. But I believe that we needed to do what's in the best interest. Tearing down Catherine Mitchell is not in the best interest. Now I could go one step further and tell you, we've been trying to tear down Catherine Mitchell when we was tearing down the other demolition project. That project is under investigation. We do not need to tear down Catherine Mitchell. We need a splash pad for our community. Now, I'm not gonna say anything else, but any elected official who will say one word in opposition to this, then you are not fair.
All right, well, I will guess I'll start because I don't have opposition to a splash pad we can afford. And I'm not convinced at this time that we don't require a match on this. So I need a little bit more information.
Well,
hold on, sir.
Why are you weighing in on
Sir,
trying to
again, I am the chair of this meeting. I am speaking right now, and I am happy to acknowledge you after I'm finished.
Doesn't matter.
Sir. Again.
Why
so
are you using
I
your
want to make
power to
sure,
derail our
you know what,
project?
Mr. Hicks, will you mute him, please? Look, Mr. Gay, please just give me the opportunity. I gave you the opportunity to speak. I don't have a problem. We can continue talking about this all night, but I want to make sure that we're able to afford this. We have gone through a number of really hard decisions right now. So I want to make sure that the city can A, afford it, B, understand that we did vote on this according to the minutes on April 6, 2020, with an understanding that there was a priority and we had placed Kathleen Mitchell as the priority. So now we've got to go back to Fulton County and say, we don't want the money that you've allotted us. Give us money for something different. So we're making that decision that's what we're doing tonight. And if the body wants to do that, so be it. But Ms. Johnson, can you give us a little bit of guidance about the operational costs of a splash pad?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we talked about this at the last, I think it was on April 6th meeting. We were looking at $18,000 for cost for the chemicals, and depending on the period of time that we would keep the pool open, we're looking at about $10,000 per month. So between $30,000 and $40,000 if it's our typical summer months that we're looking at. And then as far as staff, that would include staff if there was something that needed to be out there. They will have to have a chemical check. Somebody will have to be out there to maintain the splash pad.
How much was the staff?
I'm sorry.
What was the 10,000 for, and how much did you say the staff was?
So when we originally talked to the splash pad, they told me it would be 18,000 for chemicals for the period of time that we were looking at. And so we figured with staff on top of the 18, it would probably be $10,000 a month. So between $30,000 and $40,000 for the period of time that we would have the pool open.
So that is $30,000 to $40,000 is a total number.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And we would not, Councilman Gay, in your contemplation of the splash pad, we would not be charging a fee for it, correct?
We can charge a fee because some resident just told me that some splash pads are revenue generated. And let me be clear, it's my understanding that the application can be resubmitted in such a way that legally we don't have to pay the 25% cash. That's the argument I'm making.
Okay, so tell me more, because the CDBG, as far as I understood it, we have to, the city has to match. So before we reprioritize this, I need to have some assurance, and I recognize I only vote in the event of a tie, but I need to have some assurance that is going to be the case, that we can count on some external source for the entirety of these funds, especially considering our financial circumstances right now.
I'm agreeing with all that.
Okay.
I just stayed here for 4 hours in agreement to all that. What I'm simply saying to y'all is, we can't afford Kathleen Mitchell either. We can't afford to put $200 to that cost. So the county said the contribution does not have to be in the form of a cash match. There are other in-kind ways to show a contribution. So I guess what I'm trying, and then what we are not also saying loud and clear is, I don't even think the demolition was legal. I don't even think I don't even think he filled the application out right. You can't use CTB to demo buildings to increase value of land. That land is for sale. There's no project going on, Catherine Mitchell.
I think part of the concern is the fact that the property does contain asbestos. I've seen the reports regarding that, and the health and safety concerns regarding that are ones that I am familiar with, as I've spent about 5 years doing toxic tort litigation. So I certainly understand that from a health and safety standpoint for the community. But if it were improper, why has it been approved by the county?
I'm saying it's not improper, but when I started trying to find ways to raise the $100,000 and read the way that the application was submitted, therein raised the irregularities. I'm also an environmental healthcare professional with 20 years. I know more about immunology than most people live in. If that place was a contaminant, it has contaminated me, my family, my friends, and my constituents. Also, Fulton County has not even accepted this project. It's in the city, it's in the county manager's office. There's no check being cut. That project is in the county manager's office for the very reason what you just said. they require their own separate environmental assessment. The one that Jackson did and paid for is not even going to be accepted. And the last thing I'll tell you is asbestos is only a problem when you go to abate it. It's not leaking contaminants in our community. Asbestos is only a problem when you go to abate it.
It actually depends on the quality of the asbestos in which it's encapsulated. But that's a conversation we could have for a number of hours. Any other questions from any other members of council?
Well, I have a suggestion,
How do we
Mayor.
find out from the city if we can get it without any additional monies?
I would need to get that in writing, honestly.
The motion is that if the county will allow the city to do a contribution, let me be clear on the record. I did not say the city does not have to make a contribution, Councilman Allen. I said the contribution don't have to be a cash contribution. Do you remember originally when I'll give you an example. If you wanted to do amenities to the splash pad, we could very well consider a contribution our staff. We just spent close to 100 man hours with the Public Works Department building a soccer field. We paid them overtime. We bought in material. There's a cost associated with that contribution. And here's the thing, I take offense to have spent time to call the county, to sit down with them and not be articulate enough to be able to come back to my colleagues and explain to y'all without challenging my intellect, challenging you what I heard. I take offense to that.
I can't look, Councilman, I can't decide how you take things. However, what we have to do as fiscal stewards of the city is, I mean, we're asking the county to go back on what they've already done. And in doing so, the representation is that our contribution would not have to come from cash. This is contrary to the understanding that most of us have of CDBG. And I'd like some assurances from the county in writing that this would be the case for this project. I don't think that's unreasonable.
I didn't say it was unreasonable. I thought I've said it like maybe 10 times. Here's the 11th time. I don't disagree with you. The city manager sitting back with his hand on his chin, but he sits in the office with the county on the speakerphone with Jackson, and he spends 45 minutes getting the same clarity, but yet he sits here now as if he can't even add value to the conversation. Now, Terrence, why don't you weigh in as the city manager? Because you heard what I heard.
Councilman Gay, I would ask you just lower your tone.
I'm leaning near the mic.
Okay, so lean back a little bit because there's no reason to elevate we're trying to conduct business here. And I think it's in the citizens' best interest for us to ask these questions to make sure that we're making sound decisions.
Madam Mayor and gentlemen, you might recall at the beginning of this dialogue, I attempted to initiate the discussion in terms of where we are in this regard. And of course, given the considerations, and I've spoken to a couple of you all about this separately before making the decision to bring this before Mayor and City Council, is because in fact, I did have a dialogue with representatives of the Fulton County Department of Community Development regarding some of the thoughts and observations having been raised. Speaking to one or two of you all, again, before Councilman Gay articulated himself as outlined, one or two suggestions came about talking to people one-on-one is, hey, Mr. City Manager, Terrence, if there can be some commitment on part of Fulton County Department of Community Development to outline in writing that the matching contribution can be in the form of in-kind or some other non-cash consideration, that would be appropriate. That would be something to take a look at. So there is time to accomplish that, ladies and gentlemen, if there was some interest in that regard. However, Councilman Gay, for the record and for the public's benefit, my role in this regard is to create an opportunity for Mayor and City Council to dialogue and enabling myself and staff to accept direction accordingly. That's why it's appropriate to sit tight and listen at times. But again, for the record, I attempted to initiate the dialogue, but you decided to offer your comments, and whenever an elected official wishes to speak or sponsor a particular consideration, I think it's appropriate that I allow that individual to do so. Henceforth, I was being very respectful to both yourself and your colleagues on the city council. With that, this is an opportunity to provide some cogent direction, ladies and gentlemen, with respect to this particular consideration, because does the city of College Park have the ability to amend or modify its priority? It does. However, it is also reasonable to receive a verification of in-kind contributions in terms of the match, as opposed to a cash consideration. I articulate that because of what's been talked about not only this evening, but one or two discussions I've had with you all separately. So with that, I'd like to receive some guidance, please, in terms of the capabilities and opportunities that are available, and we can go from there. Thank you.
Let me ask a dumb question.
Me?
Why don't we just turn down the CDBG money?
Why would we want to turn it down, Councilman Clay? When I keep saying that we can get this done by just stop denying these people of good projects. Why? What is the hurt?
Maybe because of $30,000-$40,000 a year. That's part of it. Although I normally wouldn't make a judgment like that. But this is causing so much controversy, and there's so much.
There's no controversy. We can sit here and articulate about it. That's no controversy. We're doing our job.
Why don't you make your motion? Why don't you make your motion to say that make it contingent on being able to not have to make a match? That's a simple solution. If council wants to support that. So if we go back, it's approved to change the priority. If that can be done, and it can be done with no match required, no
cash match,
financial cash match, then it's okay. And if it can't be done that way, then we proceed with the priority that we've got now. How's that?
That's fair. Then I'll make a motion that we resubmit the splash pad project to Fulton County Community Development Block Grant for the reappropriation budget, contingent on there is no cash match that the city would pay, but that they can make other contributions, or we can raise the contributions.
What does raise mean?
Well, how this whole thing got started was I was working in my own time trying to find the cash match.
Okay, but
I'm willing
I would want assurance. Okay, I would want assurance. When you say raise it, that sounds like a fund drive, and I want to go in and know that we don't have a cash match there.
My motion is clearly that I'm saying there's no cash match from the city of College Park, but there is a contribution that can be a non-cash match, or that we can raise the contribution, because that's Vortex sent me ways that other cities are successfully raising the money. They do it all the time. We were prepared to do it until the lady explained to me that the contribution is also a way to get the project done. It doesn't have to be a cash match. So that's my motion. Linda, did you get it? Did you get the motion? Shabela?
I'm not clear. I got to resubmit the contract contingent upon there's no cash match.
By the city.
By the city.
Mm-hmm. But that we can find grant funding or that we can raise grant funding.
But we don't do the project until we've got if we have to raise it by some sort of a drive or whatever mechanism, we don't do the project until we've got that money.
I agree.
Okay.
There is a period of time by which CDBG funds have to be spent. So that, we have to.
And Mayor, that's why I said, maybe we just don't accept the CDBG money.
No, wait. She just said something that's not correct. This is reappropriation budget. This is not the 2019 or the 2020 budget. This is money that this county got from cities not spending. There is no all of a sudden deadline here. My motion is clear.
Sir, in getting CDBG funds, when we are granted them, there is a time by which we have to spend them. That's all I was saying.
Then the motion can be modified to be done within the time required by the CTB.
I wasn't even suggesting that the motion be amended by that. I was just being mindful if we are attempting to raise funds, that would have to be done by a certain period of time. That's all.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
And if we can't raise the funds in that time, it is my suggestion, then we just turn down the money.
That's fair too. I agree.
All right, so let's be clear on the motion.
You want me to repeat it, or are you gonna?
I was waiting on someone to repeat it, whether that be Ms. Moore or our stenographer. I wasn't sure.
I can try.
Okay.
Okay, to resubmit the grant contingent upon there's no cash match by the city, and that we will raise the money by a certain time. If we cannot raise the funds, we turn down the grant.
If a cash match were to be required, we would have to have the cash in hand before we started the project, or we just
turn it down.
Turn down the grant money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right.
I got a second. What was that say, Councilman Taylor? Is that you or Councilman Ambrose?
I heard Councilman Clay.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have consideration? I'm just asking. Do we have consideration of the operations costs?
Well, I have a concern about it, but.
Sir, I hate to be disrespectful, but I've owned pools. I've had my own pools. I built pools.
The question is, have we considered the operations costs, where they're going to come from? I understand that you might have owned your own pool, but
no, what I'm saying
for
is
the
her
city,
cost is off. Her cost is not correct. Michelle, there's no way that splash pad is going to cost $10,000 worth of chemicals. That's incorrect. Terrence, not $30,000 of chemicals.
Okay, Ms. Flord Bradley, do you have any insight on the operations costs?
I did call down to Florida because they are notorious for the splash pads. And what I did find out is for the fiscal year, the maintenance of the splash pad was about $30,000, and that's just for the chemicals. And that was for the fiscal year. But of course, Florida runs their splash pad. They can run it all year long versus where in Atlanta, we'd only run it for 3 to 4 months. Correct, Michelle? Then there's the water cost.
That is correct. If we're looking at the same time period of our pools, now the breakdown for the cycle of the costs, Councilman Gay, was given to me from, Vortex. She gave me the breakdown for cost on that for the chemicals. And I was just adding the staff for on top of that for those 3 months.
All right, so we've contemplated it. Where is it going to come from?
What, the cost to pay the chemicals?
The operational costs, that the $30,000 to $40,000 that.
Okay, Councilman, City Manager, you have your finger up?
Ladies and gentlemen, that would be a operational expense incurred by the Department of Recreation and Cultural Arts. So we would have to take under consideration our expenses associated with the normal pool operations and to achieve some efficiency in operation in order to get to that place. So that's something that Michelle and I spent time discussing, if I may. And once we get to that place, I will be in position to offer specific recommendations as to how. So there is no need to make any financial commitments at this particular point in time. there is an opportunity to negotiate an economy of scale for our contractual services with the chemicals and the respective operations. So as the city resumes normal activities as far as recreation programming, staff for pools and that, we will also incorporate staff as part of that operation. But again, no commitments have to be made at this time, and there is not a recommendation to do so.
Do we have any feeling for what it costs to maintain it? And what I mean about that is, just like when we put the wells in, we looked at depreciation, we looked at how often do you have to buy a new pump, et cetera. Does Vortex provide that information? How long does a splash pad last? What's its lifetime?
So the information that Stephanie provided to me was just the chemicals. And like I said, as far as staff, that was something based on what we do at our other pools. For that, I know there is winterizing, very similar to what we do to our pools currently. So there is some maintenance that we have to do. Of course, parts wear out, you know, just like our regular pool. There's always.
How long is it warranted?
That I'm not sure about. The articles that I've read could be 2 to 3 years before something would need to be replaced motor-wise or.
So do we know anybody who has one of these that how often do they have to replace the pumps or the heads or whatever?
Councilman Clay, the city of Atlanta have numerous splash pads. I mean, they have, it's a shame that we've been spending so much time, but they have numerous splash pads. There's one on Veterans Memorial Highway, the old Bankhead Highway.
I believe you. I've seen them.
It's been there 10 years, maintenance free. Trust me, we don't have to worry. You're going to have some happy kids. It's going to be great.
I love it.
Michelle, does that include the, someone has to come out every day and test the?
Right, it would have to have some sort of staff out there, even if it's not a lifeguard because it's not a pool, you know, with filled water. There is maintenance daily with, you know, chemical testing. There are, you know, it is set up that if it's not running properly, it will shut down until it sets the chemicals, but it still has to be tested on a regular basis, day in and day out, just like a regular pool.
That's fine.
All right, any other questions? All right, moving to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, that is unanimous. Item 9H, consideration of an action on a request for approval to purchase a replacement vehicle for the College Park Police Department Criminal Investigations Division.
I move to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
How much was it? I don't have it in front of me. I didn't see the price.
$918.
It was a state contract, under state contract, right?
Thank you.
All right. All those in favor one more time, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
all right, that was unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, item 10A, consideration of adopting a logo for the 6 West development. Mr. Jones.
Hardy.
Artie, you're unmuted.
I'm sorry. Here I go again. Let's try this again. Mayor and Council, on June 1st, Mercedes Miller of the GICC, Andrea Town of the ATL Airport District, and Cookie Smokes and I came before City Council to ask for formal approval of a logo for the 6th West development. 3 logos were presented. Staff made their recommendations. And as a result of those recommendations, the City Council asked that we go out and we poll the public and find out which logo they were interested in. And as a result of that, we put the logos out on social media. And I'm going to share my screen with you to go over the feedback that I received. You have that information in your packets. The logos that's in front of you right now, the 6 West College Park logo, this is considered logo number 1. There were 248 total responses to the poll. Out of the 248, 126 or 50.81% of the people chose this particular logo, 6 West College Park. And this is an example of what that logo looks like. The second logo, which is here, the second logo, out of the 248 respondents, 50 of the votes chose this as their number 1 choice. And here's that logo. And logo number 3, which is here, out of the 248 respondents, 29.03% or 72 votes chose this logo as their first choice. So
your bar chart doesn't reflect that, Artie. The green bar isn't more than twice as long as the blue bar.
Yeah, the bars, that did not come out right when we actually
don't look at the bars, look at the numbers, guys.
Yeah, the numbers come out correct, but the bars don't, are not accurate. And this came directly from I forget the name of the program that we used online, but this came directly from
Mentimeter?
No.
Okay.
I forget the name of it. I can provide that information to you guys, but this came directly from the program. The bars are not accurate, but the numbers are accurate.
Okay.
So essentially, the public agreed with the one that we liked.
Yeah.
Yes,
Is
they
that
agreed. Yes, ma'am.
so? I don't. Please don't accept this as maybe trying to be rude, but you want us to approve this, right?
Yes, if that is council's, if they would like to do that, this is what staff is recommending for you.
Okay.
I approve the bar 1 logo.
Okay. Is there a second? Is there a second on the one that's right in front of us right now?
Logo 1.
Logo 1.
I second.
All right. Heard Councilman Allen first. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right,
Mr.
thank
Jones,
you.
I didn't mean to short circuit you, but I thought we might have an opportunity to get there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's 11.
It's 11:43.
11:45. So I think we
we're-
could be a little bit expeditious.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So this moves us to. There is no new business, I don't think, is there? All right, City Attorney.
Nothing other than say thank you.
Okay. City Manager's report.
Above and beyond the top 10 delinquent property taxpayers report and that for delinquent utility customers, I would like to indulge council for about a moment or so, given that the state, everyone else involved is transitioning the environment to a phase 3 status. Interim Director of Recreation and Culture, Lars Michelle Johnson, and I, we've been spending time together over the last few weeks to contemplate various forms of recreation program reopening considerations. And of course, we are not in position to resume, as we normally would every year, a full-fledged complement of programs in this regard. But I would like to ascertain any thoughts and appetite the mayor and city council may have with respect to level of opportunities we can possibly make available. There are some capabilities in that regard, but not to the level in which we would normally make available. So I've asked Michelle Johnson to be with us this evening to help articulate considerations going forward. Of course, the parks are pretty well attended. We haven't had any issues or challenges in that regard. All is moving about pretty well. But the purpose of this brief dialogue is to, again, ascertain any thoughts or considerations with respect to recreation programming for the remainder of the summer. So Michelle Johnson, if you can make yourself available, please. I would love to hear any thoughts or considerations coming from Mayor and City Council.
Okay, good evening. Wanted to talk about the parks and the pavilions with the Governor's Day opening tomorrow. If we want to consider opening the parks fully, it would be something I would like to look for the direction from y'all. And then also thinking about programming with day camp in the pools, something to consider if that's something we want to move forward with based on cost and hiring freezes. If, you know, what kind of direction you guys would like to look at for that for the summer.
What are your recommendations?
The parks and pavilions, I would love to get people outside. I think people are ready to move and to go. And if we can keep those restrictions below 50 right now on renting of those parks and pavilions, I think we can accommodate that. I know everybody's really wanting to get out, and I think that would be an opportunity, a good start for us. So that would be my considerations. Also, the same thing with the clubhouse for the golf course. I'm not sure about the event center per se on, you know, renting out facilities quite yet. I'd like to wait a little bit longer before we get into bringing people in, make sure we're in phase 3 good and far so that we don't have to worry about social distancing, and the same thing with children with doing some of the programming that we're doing. So July 6th is a date that I was thinking that we could possibly get back to regular programming without any social distancing and guidelines per se on that.
Do we have full-time coverage at the parks now, park rangers?
We do, and that's something I would like to discuss. You know, we've pulled people in order to have that full-time coverage. If we could go back to our normal schedule that we've done in the past, where there is a gap in between, so that we can get staff back to regular work too.
So how are you going to enforce whatever recommendations you're going to follow at the parks if there's no park ranger there?
So phase 3 opens up tomorrow, where it is no social distancing with those certain numbers. So we can keep with our park pavilions, tell them that the number has to be 25, or excuse me, 50 or less. It's the only restrictions I think are restaurants per se as far as numbers. So I think we're just being cautious, not necessarily something that we have to follow guidelines for the outside facilities.
I agree. People are really wanting to get out.
And we did put the basketball goals back up, and so we would be ready to go based on y'all's guidance on that for the parks and pavilions. Golf course has been going, and you know, they'd love to get back down from the 30-minute tee times back to 10-minute or the 15-minute tee times. Concern is though with day camp in the pools. If we're looking at trying to save money, I'm not sure based on hiring, being able to get people in time in order to offer that programming for the summer, we might end up with about 2 weeks prior to school starting. So that, you know, because of the time that we have. Not that, I mean, I would love to be able to offer that programming, but I don't think we can get to that. But I think we can get our regular programming going back with gymnastics, karate, basketball, you know, looking at July 6th for that time.
So what about the fence next to the basketball court?
Oh, fixing the fences that you're asking me about?
Yeah, has that happened?
No, it has not. I drove by there today, and the gate was locked and the kids got underneath the fence and were playing as I
don't understand what's so difficult about fixing it. We've been talking about this for a month.
Yes, sir, we have. Yes.
Well, what can I do? Should I go out there and pound some poles in the ground and lash the fence to them?
Lower your voice, Councilman Clay.
Thank you, Councilman Gay.
I felt the same way today when I saw it. Yes, sir.
So, city manager,
I will work on getting it.
Do you expect recreation to fix the fence, or should that be public works?
It will be a collaborative effort between the two. So we're asking Mike Mason and his team to work closely with Michelle Johnson and her team to get to that place, but we'll need their help to get it accomplished.
Can you make that happen?
And for the record,
are you capable of making that happen?
Yes.
Okay. Soon.
Yes.
All right.
So Michelle, we'll touch base this week about it over the next couple of days and work collaboratively as noted. Fine.
Anyone have any issues with Ms. Johnson's direction here? I trust her guidance.
I think we need to do it.
Ms. Johnson, my only issue is that Are you suggesting that we keep the parks closed until July? Is that what you just said?
No, sir. Opening the parks as early as tomorrow or based on your guidance. No, I wanted to wait a little bit longer to get into phase 3 before bringing people in to doing programming.
I see. Well, I'm okay with opening the parks and phasing in the program.
I will say that on 4th of July weekend, I think we probably need to make sure that we do have some effort and some folks focused on ensuring that the crowds don't get too large at parks.
Okay.
But I'm sure you've already anticipated that.
We have.
Yeah. But other than that, anyone else have any questions?
I'm good. I don't have any problems with
Ms.
it.
Johnson, I know we got, I have a question. Ms. Johnson, I know we have financial issues, but are there any mobile hand stations we can put in the park?
We could certainly look into that.
Okay. They got them at Lowe's and all around now. You go to parks and you wash your hands.
Okay.
Really good point, Councilman Gay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mobile stations for the parks. Okay. And then for day camp and the pools, direction for.
I think in the cost benefit analysis, I don't think it makes much sense if we're only going to get 2 weeks out of it and we're going to end up putting out more than we're going to get back. And we've got to be sensitive to the fact that we at least need to break even. If we know we're going into something as a money loser, I think that's a real difficult thing to support at this point.
I've got programming that I've heard will start and then people are not signing up to based on that information too. So even if we went with a go on doing the programming, not necessarily people will come. So
Well, there's a problem with hiring people for both
Correct.
with the pool and the day camp. Kind of thing.
You know, if I'm a parent of a teenager who could be a lifeguard, I've got some concerns about that as well.
that some of the lifeguard parents have reached out specifically.
Yeah, what about a few of the private programs that have reached out to you, like the dance, Tia Taylor and
So Tia Taylor, Tia Taylor, she was Singleton. We met last week. She's going to be good to go, phasing in for June 29th. That is their programming. So, that's what I'm saying. We're going to start phasing them in slowly, but she's got her program is set up to go.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Anything else, Mr. Moore?
No, ma'am, I yield at this time.
All right. We're going to go with the report of mayor and council.
Turn on your Facebook and watch.
Mr. Jones, if you wouldn't mind muting. Thank you. Councilman Clay?
Mayor, I don't believe I have anything. If circulate around, if I find anything, I'll come in at the end. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilman Taylor?
I don't have anything.
Councilman Allen?
Just want to thank all the people that participated in the 6 West Vision meeting. It was a very good meeting. They had a lot of good comments. I just wanted to thank you all for that. And we've talked about the census. So again, just remind everybody that census, stay safe. And that's all I've got.
All right. Councilman Gay?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Well, actually, Councilman Clay, anything?
Yes, I did find something.
Okay. I knew you'd find something.
I have discovered that we do not have the ability to regulate noise from fireworks because we did not revise our noise ordinance. And so we've got people that I'm getting complaints from that saying the fireworks should be regulated, and we could regulate it, but we have to incorporate it appropriately and change the noise ordinance appropriately. So I'm recommending that we get the attorney to do that.
I don't take issue with that. Does anyone?
No.
I mean, I think it's one thing if you're doing it on the 4th of July, but if you're just doing it at 4 a.m. on any other random day, it gets a little disruptive. So I think if we can address that, it won't be until July, but if we can address that, I think we should. Anything else?
That's all I had.
All right. Well, tomorrow from 10 to 2 at the GICC, there is free COVID-19 testing, and I would encourage everyone to take advantage of that, as we are not done with this in Georgia. The numbers are still holding steady, so it's important to take the precautions that you have been taking. Don't let up. If you come to City Hall, we will have masks for you available and a temperature check as well, because it is one of the things that we are trying to implement to make sure that everyone is as safe as possible as we move into the various phases of dealing with this pandemic. So I would encourage everyone, 10 to 2, GICC, the testing is free, to take advantage of that. And I appreciate everyone that's hung in with us. I'm on my third LaCroix and it's 11:56. So if you're with us at this point, thank you. And again, find 5 friends to see if they have filled out their census forms, because it is so vitally important to what we're doing here. And as we're trying to build the community we deserve, we need to make sure that we get the money we deserve, because there are people out there that would have College Park not get their fair share. So let's make sure that we're doing our part and make sure your friends and your neighbors are doing the same. So that being said, I think gentlemen, we still have some things to address in executive session. So if there is a motion.
I'll move for executive session, real estate litigation and personnel, and I will be taking a 5-minute break.
Okay, I think that's warranted. So in essence, I'll see you tomorrow, right? Because 5 minutes will put us onto the 16th.
Yes, it will.
So, all right. Is there a second?
Thank you.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. So we are going to head into executive session at about 12:02. So I will see everyone tomorrow, and then we will have to return here to adjourn the meeting. So, and vote on anything that we need to do in executive session. So Mr. Hicks, I need you to keep this open, and James, make sure that we can get back on and broadcast. All right.
Please.
Yes,
I
sir.
will need to have both Christopher Cook first join us in executive session, as well as Artie Jones. Everyone else is excused for the evening. Good night.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I'm still here.
You too.
Well,